Chapter 4403. Ever since God King Luoho and God King Jinwu's fleets departed, the secret realm of storm had been sealed off. The fleets led by the two alliance masters were also secretly advancing through the void, trying to reach Heavenly Fire Star and Dark Wind Star before the scheduled time. On the other side, the god-slaying battleship was also rushing through the void towards Heavenly Qilin Star. Ji Tianxing continued to cultivate in the distorted spacetime while Bai Long focused on piloting the battleship. They passed by many planets along the way. Some were territories of Jin Luo Alliance, some were territories of Heavenly Qilin Region Lord, and some were still fighting on some planets. Even so, Bai Long was not disturbed and did not stop at all. He knew very well that even if Jin Luo Alliance was being bullied and oppressed temporarily, it would not last for long. It would take at most 3 months. As long as Master took care of Heavenly Qilin Region Lord, all problems would be solved. The journey was always dull and boring. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing had been cultivating in seclusion and was not affected. 2 months passed quickly. The god-slaying battleship passed through 30 billion miles of space and successfully reached Heavenly Qilin Star. At this time, Ji Tianxing had been cultivating in the distorted spacetime for 8 years. His cultivation had increased by a large margin, and his strength had reached 75 times that of an ordinary peak god king. When the god-slaying battleship was about to enter Heavenly Qilin Star, Bai Long woke Ji Tianxing up. "Master, we're here." Ji Tianxing ended his seclusion and appeared in the cockpit. He stood behind Bai Long and looked at Heavenly Qilin Star. Heavenly Qilin Star was indeed a heavenly star. It was 10 times bigger than Jingyuan Star, and its entire body was shrouded in 5-colored divine light. Heavenly Qilin Star had a strong defensive shield and many battleships were flying around it, maintaining a vigilant posture. However, the star was simply too big, and the dozens of battleships could not cover every corner. Moreover, the god-slaying battleship had always been invisible. Ordinary god kings would not be able to detect the battleship's tracks. Even if Heavenly Qilin Star is a little remote, it has been more than 10 years. Heavenly Qilin Region Lord should know about the divine realm, right? Ji Tianxing stared at the Heavenly Unicorn Star, the corner of his mouth curling into a ruminating smile. Bai Long had already considered this problem. He nodded and said, "Under normal circumstances, the Celestial Qilin Region Lord should have known about this long ago. Moreover, he was a subordinate of the god of the underworld. He should have considered the possibility that his master might come looking for him. If the Celestial Qilin Region Lord was not prepared, then he was most likely abandoned by the god of the underworld. However, that wasn't very likely. The god of the underworld had no reason to give up on the Celestial Qilin Region Master, and he wouldn't be willing to give up on the entire star region. Therefore, at this moment, the Heavenly Unicorn Star will most likely strengthen their defenses and defend to the death." Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and said, "No matter how the Heavenly Qilin Domain Lord reacts, let's just treat it as if he is on guard to the death." To put it simply, he had to be more cautious. He had to figure out the situation before making a move. He couldn't just show himself. It was not that Ji Tianxing was afraid of any danger. With his current strength and methods, even if 200 god kings gathered on the Heavenly Unicorn Star, they wouldn't be able to stop him. He was just worried that he would scare the Celestial Qilin Region Lord. It would be troublesome if the Celestial Qilin Region Lord found out and escaped. Therefore, when the god-slaying battleship entered the Heavenly Unicorn Star, it carefully passed through the 5-colored light barrier without causing any commotion. After entering the Heavenly Unicorn Star, the battleship continued to remain invisible. Before they departed, Ji Tianxing had already learned about the Heavenly Unicorn Star from God King Luoho. There were a total of 6 continents on this gigantic heavenly spirit star. The rest of the continents were oceans. The Celestial Qilin Region Lord's Cave was located in the most prosperous Heavenly Unicorn continent. It was located in a blessed land. The Jingyuan Star was an Earth Fiend star. There weren't any secret realms on the entire star. It could be called a blessed land. Only a heavenly spirit star like the Heavenly Spirit Star would have a more abundant secret realm. Of course, the secret realm that the Celestial Qilin Region Lord lived in was the best secret realm on the Heavenly Unicorn Star. It could only be called a blessed land. After the god-slaying battleship entered the heavenly unicorn star, it soared through the sea of clouds and flew towards the center of the vast sky. The white dragon had already seen the map of the heavenly unicorn star. It remembered the layout of the continents clearly. The heavenly unicorn continent was the largest and most conspicuous among the continents. Therefore, after flying for a day, the white dragon found its target and landed on the heavenly unicorn continent. The celestial Qilin region Lord's Cave was called the Qilin Blessed Land. The secret realm was located in the center of the heavenly unicorn continent. It was deep in a desert with a radius of millions of miles. Not a single blade of grass grew on the golden desert. The environment was extremely harsh. Many places were surging with flames, and there were even lakes formed by lightning. The desert's environment wasn't too complicated, but it was extremely dangerous. Furthermore, although the desert looked desolate, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was extremely dense. This was especially true for his earth, metal, fire, and lightning elemental divine powers, which were abundant to the extreme. This place was extremely suitable for gods who mainly cultivated these god powers to cultivate. They could even explore the desert to search for treasures and opportunities. However, the experts of the heavenly unicorn star all knew that this thunder-fire desert was a forbidden area. This was because the celestial Qilin region Lord's Cave, Qilin Blessed Land, was deep in this thunder-fire desert. Normally, unless the Star Lord and the various God King experts were summoned, no one could casually enter the thunder-fire desert. When the god-slaying battleship arrived at the thunder-fire desert, the white dragon slowed down its flying speed. Although the battleship's grade was high enough and no matter what danger it encountered, the battleship would be fine. However, this desert was an unfamiliar environment. The white dragon didn't want the battleship to encounter any danger and cause any commotion, which would alert the celestial Qilin region lord. Master's actions were the key to this battle plan. There must not be any mistakes. Just like this, the god-slaying battleship maintained its invisible state as it quietly advanced in the desert. It avoided many traps and dangers along the way. A journey that could be completed in 2 hours took the white dragon more than 4 hours to reach the depths of the desert. 100 miles ahead was the entrance to the Qilin Blessed Land. That was on top of a sand dune. The sand dune was hundreds of thousands of miles long and was suffused with golden light. Scarlet flames rose from it. If one looked carefully, they would discover that at the bottom of the sand dune, there was a blue river of lightning flowing. And in the sea of fire at the top of the sand dune, there was 100 feet tall sacrificial altar. It looked very simple and unadorned. Around the sacrificial altar, there were 500 Divine Lord Realm elite guards. They were led by 5 God King experts. All the guards had vigilant expressions and their minds were tense. They didn't slack off at all. Even the 5 divine kings were in high spirits as they kept an eye on the surroundings. As long as there was any movement in the surrounding 70,000 miles, they would be able to detect it. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows. He already had an answer in his heart. Indeed, as he expected, the celestial Qilin region lord strengthened the defense and alertness. Chapter 4404. To the celestial Qilin region ruler, it was hard for the Golden Luo Alliance's people to pose a threat to him, especially when the celestial Qilin region ruler had the upper hand and was forcing the Golden Luo Alliance to retreat. The Qilin Blessed Land's defense was so tight and the celestial Qilin region ruler was so vigilant. It was definitely not to guard against the Golden Luo Alliance. The answer was obvious. Naturally, it was to guard against the Kenshin's attack. Ji Tianxing had an idea. He hid in the sea of fire near the sand dune and quietly observed the situation at the Blessed Land's entrance. He had already kept the god-slaying battleship. The white dragon was also resting in the battleship and did not participate in the operation. The most important operation was about to begin. It was more reliable for Ji Tianxing to act alone. Time passed by quietly. 6 hours passed by quickly. The sacrificial altar at the Blessed Land's entrance did not change for a long time. Even the positions of the 500 guards did not change at all. They were still standing straight like stone statues. Only the 5 godly king realm experts changed their positions around the sacrificial altar and monitored the surroundings from different directions. Ji Tianxing silently calculated. Like before, he would wait for someone to enter Qilin Paradise and then take the opportunity to sneak in. After all, the entire desert was a forbidden area. No one would enter and exit as they wished. The celestial Qilin region ruler became vigilant again and was on guard against Jiang Yi's sudden attack. Naturally, he would make the corresponding preparations. It seems like there is no chance to continue waiting. Why don't? After making up his mind, Ji Tianxing's mind moved. He controlled a high-grade king-grade divine sword and started to speed in the desert. That divine sword was 80,000 miles away. When he approached the Qilin Blessed Land's entrance, he purposely buried it in the desert. Originally, the divine sword had concealed its aura and was hidden underground, so it would not attract the attention of the guards. However, under Ji Tianxing's control, the divine sword released divine power and a wisp of sword aura and flew out from the ground. Swish! The golden light on the divine sword disappeared in a flash. Soon after, it traveled dozens of miles in the sky like a bolt of lightning and then concealed itself. Even though this movement was very fast, it only took a breath's time. It truly disappeared in a flash. However, the 5 godly king experts at the Blessed Land's entrance still sensed the abnormality. The 5 of them sensed the fluctuation of divine power at the same time and immediately became alert. Boundless divine power accumulated in their bodies. They subconsciously drew their weapons and were about to fly over to investigate. However, they immediately thought of leaving a few people to guard the entrance of the paradise. As a result, the 5 god kings looked at each other and secretly discussed their countermeasures through voice transmissions. Someone needs to check the situation and see who broke into the forbidden area. It's not safe if too few people go. If too many people go, the defense here won't be strong enough. How about this? The 2 of us will take 200 guards to check out the situation. The 3 of you and 300 guards will stay here. Then we'll do as you say. Everyone, stay alert. Don't let your guard down. A god king hesitated for a moment before reminding, everyone, should we report this abnormal situation to our superiors first? The other 4 god kings immediately objected. There's no need for that, right? It's just a small commotion. It shouldn't be a big problem. We haven't figured out what's going on yet. If we report it rashly, what if we make a fool of ourselves? Don't worry. It's definitely not Kenshin. If an expert like Kenshin really came, how could he leak his aura and be detected by us? Hearing the logic of his 4 companions, the God King expert no longer insisted. As a result, the 2 God Kings led 200 guards and quickly left the entrance of the paradise to check out the situation. They split into 2 groups, flanking from the left and right. They rushed to the place where the divine sword was flying at the fastest speed possible. The other 3 God Kings and 300 guards stayed at the entrance of the paradise. They also strengthened the defense and vigilance. Ji Tianxing waited patiently for a while. Using his divine sense, he found that the 200 guards had already flown tens of thousands of miles away. He controlled the divine sword again and flew even further away. As a result, the 200 guards were led to a further place. After ensuring that the guards were 100,000 miles away, Ji Tianxing brazenly attacked. Heaven's sealing sword formation. He did not use the burial of heaven. Instead, he clenched his sword fingers and suddenly released a vast amount of divine power. It formed thousands of sword lights that appeared around the altar out of thin air. Swish, 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 swish. Thousands of sword lights condensed into a sword formation with a radius of 100,000 feet. It enveloped the 3 God Kings and 300 guards. In the blink of an eye, the heaven sealing sword formation was formed. The sword lights were not in a hurry to kill the guards. Instead, they unleashed the seal's power to the extreme and ruthlessly suppressed everyone. The expressions of the 3 God Kings and the 300 guards changed drastically when they were suddenly suppressed by the sword formation. Deep shock and anger flashed through their eyes. They instinctively drew their weapons and wanted to shout a warning and report the news to their superiors. However, they discovered that their bodies seemed to be sealed in ice. They could not move or make a sound. Even sending a communication jade slip became an extravagant hope. The 303 people seemed to have been petrified and turned into statues. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ji Tianxing attacked decisively. His right hand clenched his sword fingers and quickly pointed 3 times. Swish, swish, swish. 3 dazzling golden sword lights pierced through the foreheads of the 3 god kings. They pierced through their brains and destroyed their godheads. Even though they were in the 5th and 6th god king realm, they were killed in an instant. They did not even have the chance to fight back. As for the 300 guards, they were already scared out of their wits. Their eyes were filled with fear. Fortunately, they were sealed. Otherwise, many of them would have screamed and some of them would have turned around to run. Ji Tianxing dealt with the 3 god kings without any hesitation. Only then did he activate the heaven-sealing sword formation and kill the 300 guards with thousands of sword lights. Swish, 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 swish. The thousands of sword lights crisscrossed and released dazzling divine light. Amidst the endless sword lights, blood splattered and severed limbs were sent flying. In the blink of an eye, the 300 guards were all killed. All of their godheads were also destroyed. At this moment, Ji Tianxing waved his hand and shot out a divine fire. He burned the corpses and broken pieces of divine weapons into ashes. He kept the godheads of the 3 god kings and removed the heaven-sealing sword formation. Then, he started to crack the defense formation at the entrance of the blessed land. Previously, when he was hiding near the sand dune, he had secretly used the secret skill of God's Eye to see through the structure of the defense formation. Even though it was a superior king-level defense formation, it was highly possible that the god of the underworld had set it up personally. However, for Ji Tianxing, it was not difficult at all. He used his fastest speed to cast the secret skill. In half an hour, he opened the defense formation. Swish! The altar lit up with white light and formed a space door. Ji Tianxing went through the light door without hesitation and successfully entered the Qilin blessed land. At this moment, the 2 god kings and the 200 guards did not find anything. They realized that the situation was not good and quickly turned back. Chapter 4405. The 2 god king experts brought along 200 guards and returned to the blessed land's entrance with their fastest speed. 100 breaths later, they arrived at the blessed land's entrance but discovered that the other 3 god kings and 300 guards were missing. Carefully observing the surroundings of the entrance, they could only discover some traces of fighting and some ashes. As for corpses, weapons, and armor fragments, they couldn't find a single one. The 2 god kings and 200 guards had a bad premonition, but they didn't know what exactly happened. After hesitating for a while, the 2 god kings took out their communication jade slips and asked where the other 3 god kings went and what happened. Before they understood the situation, they tried their best not to alarm the Heaven Qilin region lord. The result was obvious. They waited for 7 minutes and didn't receive any reply from the 3 god kings. Until now, the 2 god kings realized that something was wrong. Something big might have happened. They hurriedly took out their communication jade slips and reported the situation to the Heaven Qilin region lord. During the 7 minutes that the 2 god kings delayed, Ji Tianxing had already entered the Qilin blessed land and infiltrated the divine palace. The blessed land was very vast and had a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It was like a small world with abundant cultivation resources and divine power. In the center of the blessed land, there was a mountain region with the most abundant divine power. That was the origin of the spirit vein. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, there were many palaces and residences located on the mountain peaks. There were even towering pavilions and pagodas that flickered with dazzling divine light. There were over 1,000 guards riding divine birds cruising and patrolling around the splendid palaces. Every palace, every entrance, and every passageway were guarded by armored guards wielding swords. It was as though the place was heavily guarded. Even so, Ji Tianxing didn't alarm anyone when he sneaked into the palaces. He ignored the patrolling guards and went around the many open and hidden sentries. He sneaked into the divine palace on the highest mountain peak under the eyes of many god king experts. The Qilin Divine Palace was the place where the Heaven Qilin region lord lived and cultivated. The front hall was the meeting place. Currently, the meeting hall was empty and only had over a dozen guards standing guard. The various generals and star lords were scattered in the various palaces and didn't gather here. The celestial Qilin region lord was also cultivating in his bedroom at the back of the hall. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Ji Tianxing had already used his divine sense to explore the situation within a radius of 1,000 miles. The situation was similar to what he had expected. Even though the heavenly Qilin region lord had sent many experts to the front lines to attack the Jin-Luo alliance, there was still a large number of experts and elite soldiers gathered in the Qilin blessed land. Roughly estimating, there were close to 200 God King experts and 30,000 elite soldiers gathered in this palace. Half of them were the direct subordinates of Region Master Heavenly Qilin, and the other half were gathered from the various stars. The reason he did this was because the celestial Qilin region lord was on guard and worried that Kenshin would attack. As for why he was afraid of the Kenshin's attack, yet was unwilling to abandon the Sky Unicorn Star Zone and flee into the depths of the void to find the god of the underworld. This could only mean that he was still hoping for a fluke. After Ji Tianxing infiltrated the Divine Palace, he headed straight for Heavenly Qilin region lord's sleeping quarters. Along the way, he saw the various passageways of the Divine Palace. In front of each large door, there were elite guards standing guard. There were even 6 hidden sentries. They all had God King experts holding down the fort, maintaining vigilance at all times. It was sufficient to see how vigilant and alert Heavenly Qilin region lord was. But even so, these defenses also existed in name only to Ji Tianxing. He quietly barged past those open and hidden sentries and finally arrived at Heavenly Qilin region lord's sleeping quarters. The current Heavenly Qilin region lord was currently circulating his cultivation in the bedroom. The room was very quiet. Other than him, there was no one else. But outside the room's door, there were 2 middle-level God Kings guarding without leaving an inch. These 2 middle-level God Kings were both Heavenly Qilin region lord's personal bodyguards, one of his most trusted confidants. Even so, the room's defensive grand array was activated too, protecting Heavenly Qilin region lord firmly. Ji Tianxing wanted to barge into the room and capture or kill Heavenly Qilin region lord. He had to take care of the 2 guards at the door. Secondly, he still had to crack the room's defensive grand array. No matter how strong his ability was, it would also waste a certain amount of time to do all these. In that way, Heavenly Qilin region lord would have enough time to react. Ji Tianxing stopped in his tracks for a moment, considering whether to kill his way in directly or wait for an opportunity. Just at this moment, a 7th-stage realm high-level God King suddenly held a piece of jade token and hurried outside the room's door. This high-level God King was a white-haired elderly, dressed in an elegant blue robe. His body was thin and his face was filled with vicissitudes of life. His deep eyes were sparkling with brilliance. Just based on the white-haired elderly's face, one could tell that he was a strategist under Heavenly Qilin region lord's command. As expected, the 2 middle-level God Kings guarding the door hurriedly bowed in greeting when they saw the white-haired elderly arriving. Greetings to Teacher Lu. To Heavenly Qilin region lord, Teacher Lu was the strategist who gave advice and suggestions. To the generals under Heavenly Qilin region lord's command, this elderly was a teacher who was highly respected and full of schemes. At least, many of the generals' military strategies were taught by Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu raised his hand to indicate that the 2 guards didn't need to stand on ceremony as he hurriedly bowed towards the door and reported in a low voice. Reporting to Region Lord, something strange has happened at the Blessed Land's entrance. 3 guard commanders and 300 guards have gone missing. I'm afraid this matter is somewhat dangerous, so I would like to request for Region Lord to make a decision. Apparently, it was the 2 God Kings guarding the Blessed Land's entrance who had reported the situation in time. They couldn't contact Heavenly Qilin region lord directly, so they could only report the news to Teacher Lu, and then Teacher Lu would pass on the message to Heavenly Qilin region lord. Heavenly Qilin region lord, who was cultivating in the room, suddenly heard this news and immediately stopped cultivating as he opened his eyes. His calm face turned slightly gloomy as his eyes sparkled with a sharp cold glint. Without any hesitation, Heavenly Qilin Region Lord got up from his bed and walked towards the door. At the same time, his entire body shone with golden light as the loose plain clothes he wore for cultivation changed into a gorgeous brocade long robe. Not only that, he also struck out a few rays of divine light to form 2 array seals and temporarily shut down the room's defensive array and open the door. Whoosh! After the door opened, Heavenly Qilin Region Lord walked out and frowned as he looked at Teacher Lu and the communication jade slip in his hand. The 2 guards at the door hurriedly bowed and took a step back as they waited for orders. Teacher Lu bowed and greeted Heavenly Qilin Region Lord before handing over the communication jade slip with both hands. Heavenly Qilin Region Lord was swift and decisive as he took the communication jade slip. He used his divine sense to check the contents of the jade slip as he walked out. Immediately gather all the guard commanders, 42 Star Lords, and all the generals in the conference hall. Be quick. Heavenly Qilin Region Lord had a very strong sense of danger. No matter what the truth of this matter was, he had to gather all the elites under his command and be on full alert once he sensed danger. Chapter 4406. Ji Tianxing was worried that he couldn't find an opportunity and didn't expect the opportunity to appear. When Teacher Lu came to report the disappearance of the guards at the Blessed Land's entrance, he asked the Sky Qilin Region Lord to remove the defensive array and leave the room. Speaking of which, Ji Tianxing still had to thank the 2 God Kings at the Blessed Land's entrance. If they weren't too slow and only reported the situation now, Ji Tianxing wouldn't be able to catch this opportunity. If the 2 God Kings reported earlier, Ji Tianxing wouldn't have infiltrated the Qilin Divine Palace and would definitely miss this opportunity. When he found the Sky Qilin Region Lord, it would most likely be in the conference hall with dozens of God King experts gathered around. Furthermore, the Sky Qilin Region Lord, all the God Kings, and guards would be very vigilant. If he didn't make a move now, when would he be able to? Ji Tianxing didn't hesitate to make a move. He released an extremely vigorous divine power as he formed hand seals with both hands and executed his ultimate skill, the heaven-sealing sword array. Swish, swish, swish. In just an instant, there were tens of thousands of sword lights surging out from his body and enveloping the entire Qilin Divine Palace. Tens of thousands of divine warships shuttled around and formed a sword array in a breath's time. It turned into a circular 5-colored light barrier and sealed the entire Divine Palace. The light barrier isolated the Qilin Divine Palace from the outside world. Not only was divine power unable to circulate, but divine senses were also blocked. The outside world wouldn't know what was happening in the Qilin Divine Palace. Not only that, the sword array also released a terrifying suppressive force that pressed down on the Sky Qilin Region Lord, Teacher Lu, and the 2 middle-level God King guards. Of course, there were still 18 God Kings and 300 elite God Monarch guards in the Qilin Divine Palace. These people were also sealed in the sword array and were under immense pressure. Their divine power circulation was blocked, and their movements were very slow. The sudden change gave the Sky Qilin Region Lord, Teacher Lu, and the rest a shock. However, their minds were very firm. Even if they were suddenly suppressed, they could react quickly. They took out their divine weapons and searched the surroundings vigilantly. Who is it? Get out here. Who dares to invade the Qilin Divine Palace? The celestial Qilin Region Master, Lu Shi, and the 2 guards were well aware that the fact that someone was able to seal the Qilin Divine Palace while they were off guard meant that the other party's strength was far greater than theirs. However, they were only nervous in their hearts. Before the other party showed up, they could not show weakness and show their timid side. At the same time, the 18 God Kings and 300 guards that guarded the Qilin Divine Palace realized that the situation was bad and began to move. Under great pressure, the guards searched every corner of the Divine Palace for traces of the assassins. Half of the 18 God King experts stayed behind to await orders while the other half charged into the depths of the Divine Palace to search for and protect the Region Master. But it was all in vain. Ji Tianxing still did not show himself. He secretly controlled the heaven-sealing sword formation and released extremely sharp sword lights to attack the 300 guards and 18 god kings. In the next moment, sword light flashed everywhere in the divine palace, bursting forth with terrifying sword chi. Following that, there were many screams and blood splattering everywhere. Severed limbs were scattered all over the place. One after another, the elite guards of the Divine Lord realm were killed by the sword lights and turned into broken corpses. Even the God King experts could not escape the encirclement and killing of the sword lights. If one sword light was not enough, there would be several sword lights that attacked at the same time, stabbing the God Kings until they were covered in wounds. Following that, there would be dozens of sword lights that would attack and kill the God Kings. Even their godheads were smashed into pieces. The sword lights danced in the air and attacked the god kings and guards wantonly. Naturally, they would use all their strength to defend themselves. The sword lights clashed with the divine abilities and spells that everyone used. Violent shockwaves erupted and struck the divine palace. Naturally, the entire divine palace was destroyed. The walls collapsed one after another, and the palace was overturned. As a result, the Qilin Divine Palace quickly descended into chaos. Buildings collapsed and debris flew everywhere. The screams of the guards were mixed with the loud rumbling noises that echoed in the heaven-sealing sword formation. Even though the area outside the sword formation had no idea what was happening within the sword formation. However, the people in the outside world were alarmed. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, dozens of god kings, star lords, and generals all realized that something was wrong. When they saw the 5-colored light barrier enveloping the Qilin Divine Palace, they guessed that the Domain Lord had been attacked. As a result, the dozens of god kings led close to 30,000 elite soldiers and rushed to the vicinity of the Qilin Divine Palace. The god kings did not act rashly. They first used various methods to contact the Domain Lord. However, their divine consciousness voice transmissions were useless. Even their communication jade slips could not pass through the sword formation and reach the Domain Lord. It could not be helped. This was a problem that Ji Tianxing had considered when he used the heaven-sealing sword formation. Of course, he had to take precautions. After 20 breaths, the Star Lords and God Kings were still unable to contact the Domain Lord. They were also unable to investigate the situation in the Qilin Divine Palace. As a result, the generals and the Star Lords discussed and decided to work together to break the 5-colored light barrier first. They were unable to determine whether the 5-colored light barrier was cast by the assassin, the Domain Lord, or the Domain Lord, or the Divine Palace's original defensive formation. They could not care so much. They could only break the formation first and check the situation in the Qilin Divine Palace. Seeing the Qilin Divine Palace collapse and the deaths of dozens of god kings and 300 guards, the Domain Lord realized the severity of the situation. He could no longer remain calm. Damn it! What kind of formation is this? How can it be so powerful? The other party was able to sneak into the Divine Palace and cast such a powerful divine formation. His strength must be above mine. He must be a peak god king. Could it be Kenshin? He really came? Even though the Domain Lord was unwilling to accept this answer, the truth before his eyes did not allow him to doubt it. When he thought about how this was Kenshin's method and how he was about to face Kenshin's attack, he could not help but shiver. His heart was filled with fear and worry. Master Lu and the 2 guards also guessed that this was Kenshin's attack. They were filled with fear and worry as their faces turned pale. However, they had nowhere to run and could not show fear. They could only follow closely beside the Domain Lord and help him block the surrounding shockwaves. Finally, 30 breaths of time passed. The dozens of god kings outside led the elite godly monarchs and began to work together to attack the heaven-sealing sword formation. No matter how high the grade of the sword formation was or how powerful it was, it could not withstand the attacks of tens of thousands of people. At most, it would last for another 10 breaths of time before shattering. Ji Tianxing only had 10 breaths of time left. He had to finish off the Domain Lord within this period of time. Even though there were still 4 god kings and dozens of guards in the ruined Qilin Divine Palace, he did not care about them for now. He began to use his ultimate skills to kill the Domain Lord. Book Guest Residence Reading Website. Chapter 4407. Dragon Elephant Divine Fist. Ji Tianxing, who was invisible, suddenly unleashed his full power and punched at the Sky Qilin region lord. At the same time, he used his right hand as a sword and shot out 2 sharp sword lights at the Sky Qilin region lord. The punch and sword blocked the Sky Qilin region lord's escape route and locked onto his aura, suppressing him. The heavenly Qilin region lord panicked when he saw the gigantic fist light coming at him, followed by a deadly sword light. However, his aura was locked onto and his divine power was suppressed. His movements were restricted. Even though he tried his best to dodge the attack of the fist light and sword light, his speed was too slow and he couldn't dodge at all. Kaboom! Amidst a deafening explosion, the mountain-sized fist smashed into the celestial Qilin region lord and shattered his divine light shield, causing countless divine light shards to fly everywhere. Even the divine armor he was wearing was smashed into pieces and fell to the ground. The Sky Qilin region lord was also injured by the terrifying power. His chest caved in and blood spurted out from his nose and mouth. But that wasn't the end. The huge dragon elephant divine fist wrapped around him and smashed countless broken walls. After retreating for more than 10 miles, he slammed into the sword array. Before the Sky Qilin region lord could react, the sharp sword light was in front of him again. Whoosh! The sword light was extremely fast and it was far faster than lightning. The Sky Qilin region lord didn't have a chance to dodge at all. The sword light pierced through his forehead and nailed him to the sword array. Not only did this sword kill him on the spot, but his divine body also lost its vitality. Even his sea of consciousness was destroyed and his divine spark was shattered. He was completely dead. The Sky Qilin Star Zone's overlord, a 9th-level divine king expert, died just like that. Ji Tianxing made his move and insta-killed him in a single move. The Sky Qilin region lord's corpse was still nailed to the 5-colored light wall by the sword. It swayed left and right as the sword array shook violently. On the other side, Lu Shi, the 2 divine king realm guards, and dozens of divine lord realm guards were scared out of their wits. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the Sky Qilin region lord's corpse. They were at a loss and their hearts were cold and filled with despair. In their eyes, domain masters were synonymous with power and influence. No matter how great Kenshin's reputation was, no matter how strong they would still be afraid, but not to this extent. In their expectations, even if the territorial lord's strength was not on par with Kenshin's, the territorial lord's strength would still be on par with the territorial lord. However, the domain lord had gathered close to 200 god kings and 30,000 elite soldiers. They could still fight Kenshin to the death. However, the truth was so horrifying and bizarre. Kenshin had yet to reveal his true appearance and he actually insta-killed the heavenly Qilin region lord in one move. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Perhaps even the 5 god emperors wouldn't be as strong as this, right? Even the heavenly Qilin region lord was killed so easily. It could be imagined that their fates would be even more miserable. With such thoughts in mind, Lu Shi, the 2 god kings, and the guards began to panic. They had completely lost their will to fight. They no longer had any will to fight. They pounded on the 5-colored light wall as if they had gone mad, trying to escape from the sword formation. By then, the dozens of star lords and tens of thousands of soldiers outside had already joined forces to cast a few spells. The sky-ceiling sword formation was on the verge of collapse, and it was full of cracks. In a few more breaths, the sword formation would be shattered and completely destroyed. By then, Lu Shi and the others would be able to escape alive. However, these few breaths were enough for Ji Tianxing to kill them all. Swish, swish, swish. Ji Tianxing flicked his 10 fingers and shot out hundreds of dazzling sword lights. They flashed like lightning and disappeared in an instant. In an instant, the dozens of guards' heads were pierced by the sword lights. Some of them were minced into pieces, dying on the spot. Even the 2 god king guards couldn't withstand the dozen sword lights and turned into ashes. Only Lu Shi was slightly stronger. He withstood the 12 sword lights and was only severely injured. His body was on the verge of collapse. However, his injuries were too severe. He no longer had the strength to break the sword formation, let alone block the next few sword lights. Bam, bam. Another 2 dull thuds sounded, and 2 dazzling sword glints struck Lu Shi. His body was immediately shattered. Countless pieces of flesh and blood splashed out. His godhead was also shattered by the sword light, turning into more than a dozen fragments. After Lu Shi was killed, Ji Tianxing waved his hand and seized the divine spark and interspatial ring of the Zone Lord of Tianlin. Of course, he didn't let go of the divine spark pieces of Lu Shi and the 2 God King guards either. The sky-sealing sword formation couldn't bear the burden anymore and collapsed right after he did all that. Along with cracking sounds, the entire sword formation shattered into pieces, and countless fragments of divine light sprayed out from it. After the sword formation collapsed, the fragments of divine light that filled the sky dissipated. Ji Tianxing revealed his true self and stood above the ruins, holding the body of the Zone Lord of Tianlin in his hand. There were many people outside the ruins. More than 40 Star Lords were standing at the front. There were more than 30,000 soldiers in the outer circle. Among them, there were more than 100 God King experts as generals. Everyone held their divine weapons as they stared at Ji Tianxing in shock. They stared at the corpse of the region lord in his hand. For a moment, the 30,000 soldiers forgot to shout. They were all petrified and dumbstruck. Even though these soldiers were mentally prepared and guessed that the expert who invaded the Blessed Land and the Qilin Divine Palace was most likely Kenshin. However, when they saw with their own eyes that Kenshin was standing alone above the ruins, his white robes fluttering in the wind without a single drop of blood, they still felt reverence and fear from the bottom of their hearts. When the crowd saw that what the sword god was holding in his hand was the heavenly Qilin region's domain master's corpse, they were completely astonished. It had only been a few dozen breaths since the mysterious formation appeared and sealed the Qilin Divine Palace. The 30,000 soldiers were already fast enough. However, they never expected that Kenshin would be able to kill the Zone Lord of Tianlin in such a short time. Since 1,000 years ago, there had been rumors in the God realm that Kenshin was extremely powerful. He was the #1 God King in the world. In the past few decades, Kenshin had returned to the God realm and swiftly subdued all the continents in the God realm. He was invincible. Even the clones of the 5 great God emperors had been killed by Sword God, and the soldiers had found out about it. They had already imagined Kenshin to be strong enough and revered him enough. Now that they saw Kenshin with their own eyes, they realized that they were still too shallow and ignorant. Kenshin's strength had already exceeded their understanding. He was comparable to the 5 God emperors. He had invaded the Qilin Blessed Land alone and quietly entered the Qilin Divine Palace. He had even killed more than 20 God Kings, 300 elite God Kings, and even the Zone Lord of Tianlin in a few dozen breaths. Even though he was surrounded by more than 100 God Kings and 30,000 soldiers, Kenshin was still calm and composed. He had the attitude of someone who looked down on the world. This strength, this boldness, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Therefore, the 30,000 soldiers were stunned by Kenshin. Chapter 4408. The atmosphere on the battlefield was a little strange. Both sides were clearly at daggers drawn and murderous. The battlefield within a radius of 100 miles had turned into ruins, filled with broken rocks and broken walls. More than 100 godly kings and 30,000 godly monarch soldiers had surrounded Kenshin. No matter what, the 30,000 soldiers had the absolute advantage and should be full of courage and aggressiveness. Even if they were not strong enough and could not be compared to the legendary invincible Kenshin, they had 30,000 soldiers. Even if they piled up their lives, they could still surround and kill Kenshin. But in reality, the 30,000 soldiers were not confident at all. They did not have the slightest bit of confidence. Many godly kings were well aware that when an expert's realm reached a certain level, they could not be killed by numbers. For example, the 5 God emperors. Even if 100,000 soldiers surrounded them, they could not do anything. In the hearts of the 30,000 soldiers, the current Kenshin was not much different from the 5 God emperors. Therefore, they did not think that they had the advantage and did not think that they could surround and kill Kenshin. On the contrary, they only had fear for Kenshin. Especially since the leader they were loyal to, the celestial Qilin region lord, had already been killed by Kenshin. If even their leader was dead, then who were they going to fight for? Even if they mustered up their courage and risked their lives to besiege the sword god, what was the point? Even if they died, they would have died in vain. It was for this reason that the 30,000 soldiers were hesitant. They held divine weapons in their hands but did not dare to attack. Not to mention attacking Kenshin, no one even stood up and shouted to boost their morale. Ordinary soldiers did not have the strength and qualifications. The qualified star lords and godly generals were all old foxes who cherished their lives. At this time, no one wanted to be the first to stand out and be killed by Kenshin to establish their might. Even if they had 30,000 soldiers with them, they did not think that these soldiers could stop Kenshin. Therefore, the battlefield fell into an awkward silence. Before Kenshin opened his mouth to speak, the 30,000 soldiers looked at him silently. However, the majority of the people were greedy for life and afraid of death. Among the 30,000 soldiers, there were still an extremely small number of people who were the heavenly Qilin region lord's loyalists and relatives. A bloated god clan man stepped forward, filled with grief and indignation. He raised his arms and shouted, "Soldiers, listen up. Follow me and attack. Kill Kenshin and avenge our master." The middle-aged man was at the 6th level Divine King realm. He was the younger brother of the region lord. Although this person's talent was ordinary, he had received the care and support of the celestial Qilin region lord and possessed great authority. Over a dozen other God King generals who were loyal to the region lord of celestial Qilin swung their weapons and roared out furiously when they heard this person's call. "We must make the Kenshin pay with their blood. Everyone, don't be afraid. Kenshin is alone and we have 30,000 soldiers. What is there to fear? Everyone attack together. Even if each of us spits, we can still drown him." In the past few hundred years, his lordship has treated everyone well. Now that his lordship has been killed, it's time for us to repay his kindness. We have no regrets even if we die to avenge his lordship. Soldiers, follow us and charge. The dozen god kings shouted themselves hoarse. As expected, they unleashed all their strength and charged towards Ji Tianxing with murderous intent. They used all kinds of divine skills and supreme skills to besiege Ji Tianxing. The impassioned speech had some effect. It had really incited over 1,000 loyal soldiers to besiege Kenshin. However, the remaining 29,000 soldiers were still indifferent. There were even some who looked on coldly from the sidelines and took pleasure in the misfortune of others. In the next moment, over 1,000 soldiers used their divine skills and divine skills. The sky was filled with shadows of swords and sabers. They were about to engulf Ji Tianxing. His eyes turned cold. He raised his left hand expressionlessly and used a divine skill. Sword of Daylight. He put his left hand's index and middle fingers together like a sword and pointed at over 1,000 soldiers. Swoosh! A cold light bloomed. In the next moment, it expanded by billions of times and became a blazing sun that blotted out the sky. The golden blazing sun shattered all the divine light in the sky and engulfed over 1,000 soldiers. This move alone neutralized the all-out attack of over 1,000 soldiers. Moreover, after the soldiers were engulfed by the divine light, they quickly melted like snow under the blazing sun. They did not shatter into pieces. Instead, they died directly. They turned into black ashes that drifted with the wind and fell into the ruins. Such a terrifying divine skill made all the soldiers' pupils dilate. They were extremely shocked. Their reverence for Ji Tianxing also reached an extreme. Many soldiers even subconsciously retreated. They were afraid that they would be engulfed by the divine light and die as well. However, they were clearly overthinking. Ji Tianxing's control of his power was superb. Within the range of the divine light, over 1,000 soldiers were completely annihilated and turned into ashes. 30 feet away from the dazzling divine light, the soldiers closest to it were unscathed. After a while, the dazzling divine light dissipated and the sky returned to normal. The 29,000 soldiers who were safe and sound no longer had the slightest intention to resist. Many of them wanted to turn around and run. Many others were led by the star lords and generals to put away their divine weapons and swords, indicating that they did not want to be enemies with the Kenshin. At this moment, Ji Tianxing's move shocked everyone. He finally spoke. The Sky Qilin region lord has committed many evil deeds and has been killed by me. I believe that most of the soldiers were forced by the Sky Qilin region lord to gather in the Qilin blessed land. You should also know that I came to the Sky Qilin star zone to save the billions of people and return everyone's freedom and peace. Therefore, you should not be enemies with the billions of people, right? Ji Tianxing's expression was calm. His tone was authoritative and contained an unquestionable tone. This was undoubtedly giving all the soldiers a way out. They were allowed to put down their weapons and surrender. As expected, the 29,000 soldiers originally thought that the Kenshin would kill them all. Therefore, they had been hesitating and wondering if they should make a move. Since Kenshin had said such words and even exonerated them, it meant that Kenshin would not kill the innocent. As long as they admitted that they were forced by the Sky Qilin region lord and stated that they would not be enemies with the Kenshin, they would be able to keep their lives. Therefore, many star lords and generals who reacted quickly immediately put away their divine weapons and swords and bowed to Ji Tianxing. They shouted, "Lord Kenshin is wise. Lord Kenshin is indeed wise. We are indeed following orders and have no choice. Lord Kenshin is the embodiment of justice and the Son of Heaven. He has saved billions of people and is following the will of the heavens. How dare we go against Tianxing? I am the Star Lord of Jingshui. On behalf of the 2,000 soldiers of Jingshui, I am willing to surrender to Lord Kenshin. We will not be enemies with Lord Kenshin or the billions of people. We are willing to surrender." Chapter 4409. With the clever star lords and generals taking the lead in surrendering, there were naturally many others who followed suit. Soon, many star lords and generals expressed their willingness to surrender. Of course, this was only the majority. There was still a small group of soldiers who were still hesitating and observing. There were more than 4,000 of these soldiers. They were all once the direct subordinates of the Celestial Qilin region lord and were extremely loyal to him. Ji Tianxing ignored the hesitant and observing soldiers. He only looked at the soldiers who were willing to surrender and nodded slightly to express his satisfaction. He waved his hand and shot out a dazzling golden light that turned into a 100-mile-wide wall between the two groups of soldiers. On the left side of the golden wall were 4,000 soldiers who were hesitating and observing. On the right side of the golden wall were close to 25,000 soldiers who were willing to surrender. Those who are willing to surrender and pledge their loyalty to me, gather on the right side. Ji Tianxing's expression was calm as he said in a dignified tone. Even though he didn't reveal any killing intent, and his tone wasn't harsh. However, the meaning behind his words made the hearts of many soldiers tremble. Intense fear flashed across their eyes. Anyone who was not an idiot would know that Kenshin was about to make a move. According to the usual practice, the soldiers on the right side of the golden wall would immediately swear their allegiance to Kenshin. As for the soldiers on the left side of the golden wall, if they were not willing to pledge their loyalty to Kenshin, only death awaited them. When they thought of this, close to half of the 4,000 soldiers on the left side of the golden wall lowered their heads and stepped over the golden wall to join the ranks of those who were surrendering. There were only about 2,000 soldiers left on the left side of the golden wall. The leaders were 6 godly king experts. The 2,000 soldiers looked at the 6 godly kings and waited for them to make a decision. However, the 6 godly kings were also in a state of indecision as they struggled with themselves. Their resolute will and faith told them to be loyal. They had to fulfill the promise they had made to the Celestial Qilin region lord. They could not betray him even if they had to die. However, the situation before them and the threat of death made them feel fear from the bottom of their souls. They wanted to retreat. They kept asking themselves in their hearts, is there any meaning to their loyalty now that the Celestial Qilin region lord is dead? Today's blind loyalty would only bring about death. Was it really worth it? Just as the 6 god kings were hesitating, Ji Tianxing waved his hand again and shot out a white light, which condensed into a huge light screen in the sky. Dense golden words appeared on the light screen, showing the specific content of the Pledge of Surrender. There were more than 700 words. Thus, everyone's attention was drawn to the light screen as they looked at the golden words intently. When the soldiers saw the contents of the Pledge of Surrender, their expressions changed on the spot, revealing looks of horror and disbelief. Many people had vaguely heard that Kenshin's oath to the heavenly Tao was very strict and harsh. However, they had only heard about it and did not know the exact content of the oath. Now that he had seen the heavenly oath with his own eyes, he realized that the oath Kenshin made was not just strict and harsh, it was simply terrifying. Before it was even read aloud, many soldiers were filled with fear and their hearts began to tremble. They understood that once they read the Pledge of Surrender, they would be completely and utterly loyal to Kenshin. They could not have the slightest bit of disloyalty. Not to mention betraying Kenshin or doing anything that would endanger Kenshin's interests, they could not even have the thought of betraying Kenshin. The 20,000 soldiers suddenly understood why Kenshin could leave the God Realm alone after subduing it, and even hand over the ruling power of the God Realm to his trusted subordinates. It was because the binding force of the Heavenly Tao Oath was simply too overbearing. However, no matter how strict the oath was, 27,000 soldiers were already standing on the right side of the golden light screen. It was impossible for them to resist, much less return to the left side of the golden light screen. After a moment of silence, many Star Lords and generals took the lead to read the Pledge of Surrender. The many soldiers under their command could only brace themselves and read the golden words on the light screen word by word. As for the 2,000 soldiers on the left side of the golden light screen, they finally made up their minds after seeing the contents of the Pledge of Surrender. Another 1,000 people crossed the golden light screen and joined the group on the right side to read the pledge with the 20,000 soldiers. However, there were still 1,000 soldiers who were completely determined. They would rather die than be loyal to Kenshin. Ji Tianxing was not surprised by this. He looked at the 20,000 soldiers with an indifferent expression, waiting for them to read the Pledge of Allegiance. Among the 28,000 people, it was inevitable that a few of them would play tricks. They only opened their mouths but did not make a sound. They did not even read the Pledge of Surrender at all. Ji Tianxing did not care. He did not need to record who was playing tricks, because those people would soon be exposed to the crowd. As expected. As more than half of the soldiers read the pledge, countless people lit up with divine light, and a faint trace of Daoist rhyme appeared above their heads. The Heavenly Tao sensed it and sent down an invisible Heavenly Tao aura, enveloping everyone who read the pledge. The soldiers who were enveloped by the Heavenly Tao aura were all frightened. They lowered their heads in fear and finished reading the pledge as soon as possible. As for the dozens of soldiers who were playing tricks and did not read the pledge, they were in an extremely awkward situation. The surrounding people were all glowing with Daoist rhyme above their heads. They were the only ones who did not react as usual. Under the contrast of the many soldiers, they became the most dazzling in the crowd and received the attention of countless people. When the soldiers who read the Pledge of Surrender saw that the dozens of people did not react, they guessed that they wanted to get away with it. They all glared at them angrily or gloated at their misfortune. The dozens of soldiers were stunned. Their faces were filled with embarrassment and fear. If they knew that reading the Pledge of Surrender would make them glow, they would not have dared to fool around like this. Fortunately, Kenshin only looked at them indifferently. He had no intention of killing them. After the dozens of soldiers came to their senses, they did not dare to play tricks anymore. They all read the pledge obediently. Not long after, the 28,000 soldiers finished reading the Pledge of Surrender. Dense bolts of lightning flashed high up in the sky, accompanied by earth-shattering roars of thunder. Under the Heavenly Tao aura, everyone was frightened and full of fear. The Pledge of the Heavenly Tao had been established. From this moment on, the soldiers who read the Pledge of the Heavenly Tao would be monitored and restricted by the Heavenly Tao. They also deeply understood that Kenshin could control and use the power of the Heavenly Tao. It was not a lie. Everyone's reverence for Kenshin was also deep in their bones. A quarter of an hour passed. The world-shaking thunder faded away, and so did the divine light that covered the bodies of the 28,000 soldiers. At this time, they were already soldiers under Kenshin. Therefore, everyone's eyes were gathered on the left side of the golden wall, looking at the 1,000 determined soldiers. Chapter 44:10. No matter what the situation was, people with strong willpower and unyielding loyalty were always worthy of respect. The 28,000 soldiers who had pledged their loyalty to the God of Swords looked at the 1,000 soldiers with complicated gazes. Many people admired the 1,000 soldiers and felt that they were worthy of respect for their loyalty to the domain lord of the celestial Qilin region. However, there were also many soldiers who expressed deep pity and sympathy for the 1,000 stubborn former comrades. In their opinion, the domain lord of the celestial Qilin region was already dead, yet the 1,000 comrades still maintained their blind loyalty. It was not worth it to lose their lives over this. Of course, there were also a small number of people who expressed their incomprehension and gloated over the 1,000 soldiers' actions. In their opinion, the 1,000 soldiers were brain-damaged. No matter what the 28,000 soldiers thought, Ji Tianxing still had to deal with the 1,000 soldiers now that things had developed to this stage. He looked at the 1,000 soldiers who insisted on not surrendering and said in a dignified tone, "No matter who you pledge your loyalty to, there is no right or wrong. However, since you have chosen to pledge your loyalty to the domain lord of the celestial Qilin region and the god of the underworld, you must be prepared to accept death. Although I am benevolent, I will not allow the domain lord's former subordinates to live and continue their activities in the celestial Qilin region. Therefore, you have been granted benevolence. You may go on your way." After saying that, Ji Tianxing formed a sword seal with both hands and sent out thousands of sword gleams with a wave of his hand. They poured down on the 1,000 soldiers like a torrential downpour. No matter how unyielding the 1,000 soldiers were or how determined they were still unable to resist. At this moment, when faced with the sword gleams that filled the sky and truly faced death, many of them still showed fear and horror and subconsciously fled. However, there were even more soldiers who used all their strength to cast spells to resist. However, everyone knew that it was useless for them to resist Kenshin's divine abilities and spells. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword gleams that filled the sky rained down and enveloped the 1,000 soldiers. The sword gleams crisscrossed and fiercely shuttled back and forth. They exploded with dazzling divine light and also splattered blood and severed limbs all over the sky. Screams of agony rang out and reverberated between heaven and earth. One soldier after another was turned into pieces and powder by the sword light. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 1,000 soldiers were completely annihilated. Only 4 divine king powerhouses remained alive. Of course, those 4 divine kings were also riddled with scars, almost becoming people of blood, their divine bodies on the verge of collapse. Ji Tianxing did not intend to give them a chance to regret or change their minds. He waved his hand again and sent out a dozen sword lights, attacking them. The 4 god kings who were on the brink of death were scared out of their wits. They could not help but cry out for mercy and were willing to surrender. Unfortunately, it was too late to change his mind now. Previously, Ji Tianxing had given them a chance to pledge their loyalty, but they weren't willing to cherish it. Now that he was truly facing death, he wanted to flee and drag out an ignoble existence. How could he allow that? When doing things, one must finish what one started. Ping ping ping. Another series of explosions rang out, and the scene of blood splattering was imprinted in the minds of the 28,000 soldiers. Those 4 god kings were all killed by the sword light and turned into ashes. Even their godheads were shattered into countless pieces. The sword light dispersed, and the sky was filled with blood. Everything returned to peace. Ji Tianxing looked at the many soldiers. From the divine king realm generals, he picked out 2 divine generals and ordered them to lead the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. After that, he ordered the rest of the generals and star lords to lead over 20,000 soldiers and prepare to rebuild the Qilin Divine Palace. Previously, Ji Tianxing and the Sky Qilin region lord fought within the Sealing Heaven Sword formation. No matter how strong the aftershock of the battle was, It did not break through the sword formation and spread to the mountain peak and spirit vein outside the formation. After dealing with the Sky Qilin region lord, Ji Tianxing easily subdued the 28,000 soldiers. Even when he killed the 1,000 soldiers who were unwilling to surrender, he controlled his strength and did not destroy the mountain range. Therefore, although the mountain peak looked like a mess and was filled with ruins, in reality, only the Qilin Divine Palace was destroyed. The mountain peak was fine. The following reconstruction work would also be simpler. Over 100 God King experts led over 20,000 Divine Lord Realm soldiers to carry out the mission with all their might and meticulously. The brand new Divine Palace rose from the ground very quickly. Ji Tianxing sat high in the sky and watched the 20,000 soldiers build the Qilin Divine Palace in 3 days. Then he personally set up a set of King-grade Divine Array for the Qilin Divine Palace. 7 days later, the Qilin Divine Palace was restored to its original state. On the surface, it looked no different from before. However, the Divine Palace's defensive array was much stronger than before. In addition, Ji Tianxing also modified and strengthened the Qilin Blessed Land's defensive array, making the array's defense even stronger. Ji Tianxing had already killed the Sky Qilin region lord and controlled the Qilin Blessed Land. It could be said that the outcome was already set. However, if he wanted to completely control the Sky Qilin Star Zone, he still needed some time. Most importantly, after he took over the Qilin Blessed Land, he still had to wait for news from Luo Ho and Jin Wu. Luo Ho Divine King and Jin Wu led their respective armies and rushed to Skyfire Star and Hurricane Star respectively. They were also waiting for his orders. Ji Tianxing sent them a message, telling them that the Qilin Blessed Land had been taken over and the Sky Qilin region lord had been dealt with. After Luo Ho Divine King and Jin Wu arrived at the target, they had to act quickly and take over the 2 stars. At the same time, they had to spread the news that the Sky Qilin region lord had been killed and the Sky Qilin Star had been taken over. He believed that when the marshals and armies at the front heard that the Sky Qilin region lord had been killed and the Sky Qilin Star had fallen, they would be filled with shock and lose their will to fight. After dealing with these matters, Ji Tianxing gathered over 100 Divine King powerhouses and gathered them in the assembly hall. This gathering was not for a meeting. Ji Tianxing also did not plan to let these God Kings hold the power. In the future, the ones who would take over the Sky Qilin Star Zone would definitely be Luo Ho Divine King and Jin Wu. Including many important and crucial positions, they would be taken over by the Jin Luo Alliance's experts. The reason why Ji Tianxing gathered over 100 God Kings was mainly to give them orders and assign them some tasks. Most of the Star Lords would remain in their original positions. Ji Tianxing asked them to bring their subordinates back to their respective territories. The dozens of God Kings and 10,000 soldiers who stayed behind were the experts of the Sky Qilin Star and the Imperial Guards of the Qilin Blessed Land. Ji Tianxing asked them to patrol and stand guard as usual to maintain the stability of the Qilin Blessed Land. After all, there were still tens of thousands of servants, odd-job workers and relatives in the Qilin Blessed Land that needed to be looked after and detained. Ji Tianxing tried his best to maintain the status quo. Other than asking the soldiers to spread the news and make an announcement to the entire Sky Qilin Star Zone, he did not make many changes. He had to wait for Luo Ho Divine King and Jin Wu Divine King to meet up with him before he could decide on the final power structure and positions. Book Guest Residence Reading Website. Chapter 4411. With Ji Tianxing overseeing the situation, Qilin Blessed Land was peaceful, without the slightest ripple. In the next half a month, the entire celestial Qilin Star Zone was in an uproar. Ji Tianxing deliberately released the news and made an announcement through the various generals and Star Lords. In this way, the thousands of planets in the celestial Qilin Star Zone quickly received the relevant news. At least 80% of the planets knew that the celestial Qilin Star had been captured and that the celestial Qilin region lord had been killed. For a time, countless Star Lords and civilians were shocked and discussed this matter. While the Star Lords were shocked, most of them were in awe and fear of Kenshin. They couldn't help but worry that if Kenshin wanted to settle old scores and clean up the old subordinates of the celestial Qilin region lord, many of them wouldn't be able to escape. Even if they weren't killed by Kenshin, they would be stripped of their positions as Star Lords and lose their current power and status. Many Star Lords were filled with anxiety and fear. However, there were also a few wise ones who expected that a big shot like Kenshin, a top powerhouse, wouldn't have the time to bother with small fries like them. A Star Lord sounded very powerful and had great power. However, in front of Kenshin, they were insignificant characters. Thinking of this, the Star Lords weren't too worried. However, they were still vigilant and guarded against Kenshin's purge. As for avenging the Celestial Qilin Region Lord and going against Kenshin, that was absolutely impossible. Even the most loyal Star Lords of the Celestial Qilin region wouldn't have such thoughts. After all, the Star Lords most loyal to the Celestial Qilin region Lord had already gone to Qilin Blessed Land a few years ago to wait for orders. The Star Lords who stayed behind to guard their respective territories actually had limited loyalty to the Celestial Qilin region Lord. To them, it didn't matter who became the Celestial Qilin region Lord as long as their power and status were guaranteed. As for the ordinary civilians, their reaction was the most intense when they learned that Kenshin had captured the Celestial Qilin Star and killed the Celestial Qilin region Lord. Many years ago, the common people had heard that Kenshin had conquered the God realm and was abolishing the slavery system established by the 5 God emperors. Ever since then, countless citizens had been looking forward to the arrival of Kenshin in the Sky Unicorn Star Field as soon as possible to save the entire star field. That way, all the citizens would regain their freedom and would no longer be oppressed by the region lord and the god of the underworld. Now, the dreams and wishes of hundreds of millions of people were finally realized. Everyone was in high spirits and cheered. Hundreds of stars were brimming with a cheerful and festive atmosphere. The common people and the oppressed slaves had spontaneously organized to resist the tyranny of the ruling class. They no longer worked for the Star Master, the Celestial Qilin Region Master, and the god of the underworld. They also no longer worked hard to mine and excavate cultivation resources. If it was in the past, the commoners and slaves would not have dared to do this. They would have been brutally suppressed immediately. However, things were different now. Kenshin had already killed the region lord and occupied the Sky Unicorn Star. It was only a matter of time before he took control of the entire Sky Unicorn Star Field. The rulers of the various continents and the Star Masters of the various stars would soon submit to Kenshin. Soon, they would follow Kenshin's orders and abolish the slavery system. The outcome would be the same anyway. The commoners and slaves had just brought it forward. The ruling class of the various continents and stars were helpless against the resistance of the commoners and slaves. They could not let the commoners and slaves go, nor could they send out troops to suppress them. If they sent out troops to suppress them, they would be working for the god of the underworld and the region lord. They would be going against the billions of commoners. Soon, Kenshin would send down an order and they would be finished. However, if they ignored the resistance of the commoners and slaves, the various continents and stars would fall into chaos. The ruling class's power would also quickly collapse. Faced with such a predicament, the rulers of the god nations, continents, and stars were all having headaches. In the end, after much discussion and consideration, they could only choose the safest method. That was to immediately contact the Kenshin and express their willingness to submit and pledge their loyalty to Kenshin. As long as they submitted to Kenshin, they would be working for the Kenshin. They would only need to follow Kenshin's orders. Of course, many Star Masters could not directly contact Kenshin. They racked their brains to think of a way to convey their intention to submit to the Kenshin through the Star Masters who had already pledged their loyalty to Kenshin. Or they could contact the many generals in Qilin Blessed Land and have them pass on the message. This method was effective. Most of the Star Masters expressed their willingness to pledge their loyalty to Kenshin through various channels. Ji Tianxing naturally accepted these Star Masters who took the initiative to surrender and pledge their loyalty. He sent the Star Masters an oath of allegiance through communication jade slips. As long as the Star Masters recited their oaths, he could clearly sense them even if they were half a star field away. Not to mention the Sky Unicorn Star Field, even the Sky Crane Star Field and the Sky Phoenix Star Field had some Star Masters reciting their oaths one after another. Ji Tianxing could sense them. There was no other way. When Ji Tianxing had subdued those 2 star fields, he had quietly left after taking control of the situation. He did not have the time to find thousands of star masters one by one and have them all swear their loyalty in person. This task was given to his trusted subordinates and was carried out by various experts, so it would take many years. News of Kenshin occupying Sky Unicorn finally reached Skyfire Star and Dark Wind Star. These 2 stars were the camps of the Sky Unicorn region masters, 2 marshals, 8 divine generals, and 80,000 soldiers. Before the incident, the 2 marshals were overseeing Skyfire Star and Hurricane Star. The 8 divine generals were leading the soldiers to attack the various territories of the Jinluo alliance. When they received the news that the Sky Unicorn region master had been killed and Sky Unicorn Star occupied by the Kenshin, the 2 marshals were stunned. The news was like a bolt from the blue. The 2 marshals refused to believe it. They had not expected the Kenshin to arrive so quickly. Furthermore, without alerting anyone and without any warning, Sword God had easily killed Heavenly Qilin region lord and occupied Qilin blessed land. It was too shocking. The 2 marshals were unwilling to believe the news. They contacted the various commanders, and star masters in Qilin Paradise. In the end, everyone told them that the news was true. Moreover, the commanders, and star masters had already sworn their loyalty to the Kenshin. After confirming the authenticity of the news, the 2 marshals felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were in a daze. At this time, the fleets led by God King Rahu and God King Jinwu arrived at Hurricane Star and Skyfire Star. They followed Ji Tianxing's instructions. After they arrived at their target, they immediately began to attack, directly attacking the headquarters where the 2 marshals were stationed. Chapter 44:12. The 2 marshals were the Heavenly Qilin region lord's trusted aides and could be said to be his right-hand men. Their loyalty to the Heavenly Qilin region lord was unquestionable. Otherwise, the Heavenly Qilin region lord wouldn't have sent them to lead the army. But the problem was that the Heavenly Qilin region lord was already dead, Qilin blessed land had been captured and Heavenly Qilin star had fallen. Many generals, star lords and godly kings had even pledged their loyalty to the Kenshin. Only the 2 marshals and 80,000 soldiers were considered the last force under the Heavenly Qilin region lord. Where should they go from here? The 2 marshals had thought of continuing to be loyal to the Heavenly Qilin region lord. At worst, they could bring 80,000 soldiers and gather a few hundred star lords to form a large force and continue to fight against the Kenshin and Jinluo alliance. However, the 2 marshals didn't have much confidence in the loyalty of the few hundred star lords. They used their intelligence network to gather information and find out the movements of the few hundred star lords. The result was as they expected. Many star lords had received the news of the Heavenly Qilin region lord's death and fought to pledge their loyalty to the Kenshin. The 2 marshals wanted to gain the support of the star lords, but it became an extravagant hope and fantasy. They were alone, and if they continued to fight against the Kenshin and Jinluo alliance, they would be mercilessly encircled. Under such circumstances, the 2 marshals couldn't make up their minds and were still hesitating. The only thing they could do was to quickly recall the 8 god generals and 80,000 soldiers to defend Skyfire Star and Dark Wind Star. The 8 god generals and 80,000 soldiers were attacking Jinluo alliance's territory at the front lines, and they could be said to be unstoppable. They were crazily invading Jinluo alliance's territory and stealing their industries and wealth. Receiving the sudden orders from the 2 marshals, the generals were a bit confused and couldn't understand. The 8 god generals all replied that they shouldn't retreat now and should take advantage of the victory to attack and expand their gains. Helpless, the 2 marshals could only tell them the truth. The 8 god generals were stunned when they heard that the Heavenly Qilin region lord had been killed and Heavenly Qilin star had been captured by the Kenshin. They never would have thought that they would still be attacking at the front lines, killing to their heart's content and winning so easily. In the end, their base was attacked and their home was gone. What the hell is going on? In an instant, the 80,000 soldiers who had been brimming with morale turned listless and dejected like frosted eggplants. They retreated back to Skyfire Star and Dark Wind Star. right at this moment. The fleets under Gold Fifth and Rahu's command launched a surprise attack on Skyfire and Tempest. There is no need to describe the specific process of the battle here. However, the result was as expected. There was no suspense. Even if the two marshals were there personally, 80,000 soldiers were fighting outside and they wouldn't be able to come back in time. Skyfire and Tempest's headquarters only had a few thousand guards. Thus, both sides only fought for 2 hours before declaring the end of the battle. Skyfire and Tempest's camps had been destroyed. More than half of their thousands of guards had been killed, and the survivors had been captured. The two marshals were also mercilessly killed by Luoho God King and Metal Fifth God King. Just like that, Skyfire and Tempest fell into the hands of God King Rahu and God King Jinwu. The two of them quickly took control of the camps and sealed them off to prevent news from leaking out. After that, they sent a message to Ji Tianxing to report the results of the battle and ask for instructions on their next move. Ji Tianxing's orders were to stay put and wait for the 80,000 soldiers to return. Then they would try to take them back. Only by taking care of the 80,000 soldiers would the situation in Skyfire Star be stabilized. Only then could Rahu and Metal Fifth God King return to Skyfire Star. Both Rahu and Metal Fifth God King understood Ji Tianxing's intentions and carried out his orders. It would take more than a month for the 80,000 soldiers to return to Skyfire Star and Tempest. During this time, news of the Kenshin's occupation of Skyfire Star had spread like wildfire to countless stars. The 300 Star Lords of Jinluo Alliance's territories weren't in a hurry to swear fealty to the Kenshin. After all, they were loyal to Jinluo Alliance and Jinluo Alliance was loyal to Kenshin. Only the few hundred Star Lords under the Skyfire Star's command swore fealty to the Kenshin after various considerations and considerations. Ji Tianxing was in charge of Skyfire Star and received many messages every day from Star Lords expressing their willingness to swear fealty. He replied to them one by one and swore an oath of allegiance to them. After receiving the oath of allegiance, the Star Lords were shocked by the content of the oath and were filled with fear and hesitation. However, the situation forced them to swear fealty. Only after the oath was made and they swore fealty to the Kenshin did they feel completely at ease. After that, it was perfectly justifiable for them to carry out Kenshin's orders and missions. Kenshin's mission to the Star Lords was simple. They were to abolish slavery and return freedom to the people and slaves. Of course, the Star Lords didn't dare to slack off after receiving the order and carried it out meticulously. Time flowed by. Day after day passed. Before they knew it, a month and a half had passed. The 8 divine generals led 80,000 soldiers and rushed back to Skyfire Star and Hurricane Star's camps. However, it wasn't the two marshals or their former colleagues who greeted them. It was the Jinluo Alliance they hated the most and wanted to kill the most. The 8 divine generals were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. However, with their intelligence, they quickly came to a realization. No wonder they led 80,000 soldiers to battle on the front lines and won every battle. They won easily and almost didn't encounter any decent resistance. It turned out, the Jinluo Alliance's elites had already led their elite troops to ambush their 2 camps. As for Kenshin's plan to kill the Skyfire Star's ruler and occupy Skyfire Star, it was even more unexpected and shocking. It was all Kenshin and the Jinluo Alliance's scheme. Unfortunately, it was too late for the 8 divine generals to understand this. They had no choice but to fight to the death with Luoho Deity King and Jinwu Deity King. In the end, the 8 divine generals and many of their loyal subordinates were annihilated by the Jinluo Alliance's army. Among the 80,000 soldiers, more than 10,000 were killed. Not even their bones were left. The remaining 70,000 soldiers saw that their marshals and divine generals were dead and knew that it was pointless to struggle, so they surrendered. Rahu Divine King and Jinwu Divine King didn't kill the captives. Instead, they scattered them and incorporated them under the Jinluo Alliance's command. They weren't like Kenshin, who could use the heavenly oath to control the captives. However, they also had sufficient experience and were able to properly arrange 70,000 captives within a short period of 10 days. After dealing with a series of matters, Rahu Divine King and Jinwu Divine King led the fleet and continued to Skyfire Star to meet up with Kenshin. At this point, the situation in Skyfire Star was set. The hidden danger had been revealed. Next, they would meet up with Kenshin to determine the power structure and refine the various levels of authority. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 44:13. It had been 3 months since Ji Tianxing killed the celestial Qilin region lord and occupied Qilin Blessed Land. In those 3 months, more than 300 Star Lords had expressed their willingness to submit to him through various channels. Ji Tianxing also sent a message to those 300 Star Lords and gave them the Pledge of Allegiance. So far, those 300 Star Lords had basically sworn their allegiance. Only 2 of them were still hesitating. However, as long as they weren't stupid and didn't want to give up their current power and status, they would eventually choose to submit and pledge their allegiance. Getting all the Star Lords of the celestial Qilin Star Zone to pledge their allegiance was basically a matter of time. At the same time, Luoho and Jinwu arrived at celestial Qilin Star with their fleet and entered Qilin Blessed Land. Ji Tianxing summoned them and had a long discussion with Luoho God King and Jinwu God King in the study. How to adjust the power structure of the celestial Qilin Star Zone and determine the leaders of each level was the main content of their discussion. Although this was a matter of great importance to the stability of the celestial Qilin Star Zone in the future. However, Ji Tianxing didn't plan to brainstorm. He, Luoho, and Jinwu would discuss and make the decision. After all, after he left the celestial Qilin Star Zone, he would hand over the power to Luoho. He and Jinwu would be in charge of the celestial Qilin Star Zone. Luoho and Jinwu knew the situation of the celestial Qilin Star Zone and the thousands of Star Lords. Now that Ji Tianxing had conquered the celestial Qilin Star Zone, they would give suggestions and make some adjustments to the Star Lords to ensure the long-term stability of the celestial Qilin Star Zone. Of course, most of the Star Lords wouldn't change their positions. Only a few Star Lords would need to be adjusted. The ones who had the most changes were the leaders of the celestial Qilin Blessed Land and Qilin Blessed Land. After all, the celestial Qilin Star Zone would be governed by the Jinluo Alliance in the future. Many of the generals and experts who had pledged their allegiance would be replaced by members of the Jinluo Alliance. Just like that, the 3 of them discussed in the study for a few hours. It wasn't until the next morning that they finished their discussion and finalized the final name list. Hence, Ji Tianxing gathered all the God King experts in the Qilin Blessed Land for a meeting in the main hall. In a short hour, over 100 God King powerhouses had gathered in the hall. All of them were present. After that, Divine King Luoho and Divine King Jinwu led the many Divine Kings from Jinluo Alliance into the conference hall. 3 months ago, the God Kings and Generals who were originally loyal to the celestial Qilin region master but were forced to submit to Ji Tianxing secretly guessed that Kenshin might be the mastermind behind the Golden Net Alliance. Now that Luoho Supreme Being and Jinwu Supreme Being had appeared, their guesses were confirmed. In the past, they were enemies with Luoho Godly King and Jinwu Godly King. Now, they were in the same boat and had to work together in the future. The God Kings and Generals could easily guess that God King Rahu and God King Jinwu would be in charge of Sky Unicorn Star region in the future, replacing Kenshin. They were either stripped of their official positions and power, or they were forced to submit to others and become vassals. At the thought of this, many generals and God Kings felt aggrieved and angry. However, they had already sworn loyalty to Kenshin. In order to survive, they had no choice but to accept reality. They had no right to resist. Over 200 Divine King powerhouses stood in 4 rows in the assembly hall, filling the hall to the brim. Ji Tianxing sat at the head of the table while God King Luoho and God King Jinwu stood on his left and right like guards. The 200 God Kings in the hall bowed and kowtowed to Kenshin. After everyone bowed, Ji Tianxing waved his hand, indicating for everyone to stand up. He then took out a name list and started to announce the appointments. Today, I have gathered everyone here for a meeting because I have an important announcement to make. As everyone knows, I have been in charge of Sky Unicorn Star region for 3 months. Sky Unicorn Star region is huge and there are over 1,000 stars. Every star has a few continents and billions of citizens. Even if I have thousands of incarnations, I can't manage the entire Sky Unicorn Star region at the same time. Ji Tianxing started with a dignified speech to express that he wanted to establish a new ruling class so that he could control Sky Unicorn Star region. Everyone had already expected that this was the purpose of today's meeting, so they didn't find it strange. What everyone was most concerned about was the name list that Ji Tianxing was going to announce next. Under everyone's attention and anticipation, Ji Tianxing announced God King Luoho and God King Jinwu's names. The first thing to be confirmed was who would replace him to be in charge of Sky Unicorn Star region after he left. There was no doubt that God King Luoho would be the Sky Unicorn Star region's domain lord while God King Jinwu would be the deputy domain lord. Next, it was time to confirm the 10,000 Imperial Guards in Qilin Blessed Land, as well as the Imperial Guards Supervisor, Deputy Domain Chief, Commander of 1,000, and Captain of 100. The Imperial Guards were the core force that guarded Qilin Blessed Land. Therefore, they had to choose reliable people from the Jinluo alliance. As for the guards that guarded Qilin Blessed Land, a small number of trustworthy people could be selected to continue serving as the Imperial Guards. After the list of Imperial Guards was confirmed, Ji Tianxing announced 2 newly appointed marshals, 64 newly appointed God Generals, 128 staff generals, and so on. These generals were the mainstays of Sky Unicorn Star region and the most powerful force under the domain lord. Under the command of nearly 200 generals, they would command hundreds of thousands of soldiers to maintain peace and stability in Sky Unicorn Star region. After the main list was announced, Ji Tianxing announced the names of more than 30 God King experts. These people were also assigned positions. However, their positions and scope of authority were relatively small. In short, all the God King experts in the hall were assigned positions and authority. The only difference was that their positions were different. If one studied carefully, they would discover that most of the experts in high positions were from the Jinluo alliance. Among the generals and experts who were originally loyal to the Sky Unicorn Domain Lord and later pledged allegiance to the Kenshin, only a small number of them maintained their original positions. Most of them were transferred. After Ji Tianxing announced the list of names and confirmed everyone's positions, there were naturally some who were happy and some who were sad. However, no one dared to raise any objections to his appointment. Everyone could only obey and bow to thank Ji Tianxing. After the meeting ended, Ji Tianxing gestured for everyone to leave. Next, the God King experts would step into their new positions and carry out their duties. God King Luoho and God King Jinwu would take over all matters in Sky Unicorn Star region. The Imperial Guards Governor, Vice Domain Chiefs, Commanders, and Captains would need to mobilize manpower to form the Imperial Guards as soon as possible to take over the defense of Qilin Blessed Land. As for the 64 God Generals and 100 Staff Generals, a small number of them would need to stay in Sky Unicorn Star and be on standby at any time. Most of the generals would need to lead the soldiers to various stations in Sky Unicorn Star region. At the same time, they would need to supervise all the Star Lords to implement the new policies as soon as possible and abolish the slave system left behind by the Sky Unicorn Domain Lord. Chapter 44:14. After the meeting ended, Ji Tianxing issued a decree to the entire Celestial Unicorn Star Zone. Soon, all the citizens of the Star Zone would know about the new Domain Lord and Divine Generals. Of course, the citizens of the thousands of stars would also welcome a new regime and system, regaining their freedom and a new life. Ji Tianxing remained in Qilin Blessed Land, watching Luoho Divine King, Jinwu Divine King, and the other generals carry out their respective tasks. Of course, all the affairs were handled by Luoho Divine King and Jinwu Divine King. He remained in Qilin Blessed Land, staying in a secret room in his residence and entering the distorted space-time to cultivate. Whenever Luoho Divine King encountered a difficult decision, he would personally ask for instructions. Just like that, time passed day after day. After the reorganization of Qilin Blessed Land was completed, the situation in Celestial Unicorn Star also stabilized, and everything returned to normal. 6 months later, almost all the Star Lords, including those who were loyal to Jin Luo alliance, made the heavenly oath. After swearing their allegiance, the Star Lords followed Ji Tianxing's orders and began to implement the new policies. Not only were they bound by the heavenly oath, but they also had to follow orders and not go against Kenshin's wishes. There were also divine generals leading large groups of soldiers around Celestial Unicorn Star Zone, patrolling and monitoring the movements of the various stars. If any Star Lord slacked off and was discovered by the divine generals and reported to Luoho Divine King, the consequences would be severe. Under such circumstances, the Star Lords did not dare to slack off and actively implemented the new policies. Thus, the citizens of Celestial Unicorn Star Zone fell into a state of excitement and celebration. This was especially so for the slaves who had been oppressed and enslaved for thousands of years. They were extremely excited, worshipping and grateful to Kenshin. Similar scenes were playing out in the countless cities on the various planets and continents. The citizens who had been freed and regained their freedom spontaneously organized and pushed the statues of the god of the underworld and the Celestial Unicorn Domain Lord, destroying the former temples. They built new temples and worshipped the statue of Kenshin. They prostrated themselves to express their gratitude. All of a sudden, every newly built temple was packed to the brim. All the changes in the Sky Unicorn Star Zone were within Ji Tianxing's expectations. As long as the 5 God Emperors did not interfere, the outcome was already set in stone. Ji Tianxing cultivated in seclusion in the distorted spacetime, continuing to improve his strength. Half a year had passed in the outside world, which meant that he had been cultivating in the distorted spacetime for 25 years. At this time, his strength already reached 79 times that of a peak divine king. Even with a cautious assessment of his strength, he believed that he was not inferior to the 5 God Emperors. After subduing the Sky Unicorn Star region, he had traveled all over the 9 major star regions and used all his strength and means to investigate the whereabouts of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. However, it was a pity that he did not have any big gains so far. He was also unable to determine the location of Heavenly Dragon Emperor's disappearance and his final whereabouts. Even if reason told him that after 1,000 years, Heavenly Dragon Emperor had already fallen. But as long as he could not find the remains of Heavenly Dragon Emperor, he would not accept this result. After ending his seclusion, Ji Tianxing could not help but ponder over a question. I have searched all the 9 major star regions, but I still could not find Master's whereabouts, nor could I find Master's remains. Next, where can I go to investigate? He had also searched the Dragon Realm and the Divine World, but there was nothing. Could it be that Heavenly Dragon Emperor had disappeared from the world? Not a single trace or clue was left behind. Ji Tianxing thought about it and felt that this matter was very strange. In the end, he set his sights on the mystery of the gray fog. He could not help but suspect that the death and disappearance of Master Heavenly Dragon Emperor might be related to the mystery of the gray fog in the depths of the void. After all, the mystery of the gray fog hid too many secrets, causing the 5 God Emperors to be engrossed in studying it, even giving up their territories in the divine world. Whether it was to investigate the whereabouts of Heavenly Dragon Emperor or to take revenge on the 5 God Emperors, Ji Tianxing had to go to the depths of the void to search for the mystery of the gray fog. Now that the situation in the Sky Unicorn Star region was settled, the people had regained their freedom and a new life. In Ji Tianxing's view, the time was ripe for him to set out. Thus, he ended his seclusion and left the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes Pagoda, returning to the secret room in his residence. Qilin Blessed Land was still peaceful and auspicious. Luoho Divine King, Metal Fifth Divine King, and the others were busy handling the affairs of the Sky Unicorn Star region and could not leave. After all, Ji Tianxing had only taken over the Sky Unicorn Star region for half a year. At least for the next 10 years, Luoho Divine King and Metal Fifth Divine King would be relatively busy. Ji Tianxing summoned Luoho Divine King in his study and asked about the current situation of the Sky Unicorn Star region. After learning that everything was normal, Ji Tianxing was relieved and told Luoho that he was about to leave and head to the depths of the void. First, to take revenge on the 5 God Emperors, and second, to investigate the whereabouts of Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Luoho Divine King knew that the young master had endured and accumulated for so many years, all for this day. However, the young master was about to face the greatest danger in the world. The 5 god emperors stood at the peak of the gods and were the closest to the heavenly Tao. Their strength was immeasurable. Even though in his heart, the young master had already grown to the point where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 god emperors, he was still full of worry. After all, the young master was still a peak divine king and showed no signs of breaking through to the god emperor realm. Moreover, the 5 god emperors were united and had gathered another 200,000 to 300,000 elite soldiers. No matter how powerful the young master was, it would be difficult for him to defeat the 5 god emperors. Luoho Divine King naturally advised Ji Tianxing to endure for a few more decades. When he broke through to the god emperor realm, it would not be too late to seek revenge on the 5 god emperors. Since the young master had waited for so many years, another 30 or 50 years would not matter. In response to Luoho Divine King's advice, Ji Tianxing waved his hand and denied it, claiming that his strength was no different from the 5 god emperors. As long as he was not besieged by the 5 god emperors again, his life should not be in danger. Moreover, his situation was rather special. Whether or not he could break through to the god emperor realm was still unknown. Since Luoho Divine King's advice was ineffective, he volunteered to follow Ji Tianxing into the depths of the void to seek revenge. However, Ji Tianxing insisted that he stay and firmly control the Sky Unicorn Star Zone. After all, the God Realm and the several star zones he had conquered were his strong backing. If he suffered a loss in the battle against the 5 God Emperors in the depths of the void, he could still return to the God Realm to recuperate and find another opportunity to fight. Luoho Divine King pleaded again and again, but Ji Tianxing refused. With no other choice, Luoho Divine King could only agree with Ji Tianxing's decision. However, he proposed to inform the Dragon Realm's Dragon Emperors to lead their elite soldiers and join forces with Ji Tianxing to deal with the 5 God Emperors. This way, their chances of victory would be greater. Chapter 44:15. The Dragon Emperors of the Dragon Realm all had close ties with Ji Tianxing, especially the Black Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, who were close friends with him. The Red Dragon Emperor had even told Ji Tianxing about the fog in the depths of the void. The 3 of them had already reached a consensus that when the time was right, they would join forces to deal with the 5 God Emperors. That was not only to avenge Ji Tianxing, but also to destroy the 5 God Emperors' conspiracy to protect the Dragon Realm. As for the Sacred Dragon Emperor, he had a blood feud with the god of the underworld. Before Ji Tianxing left the Dragon Realm, he had also reached a consensus with the Sacred Dragon Emperor. When Ji Tianxing sought revenge on the 5 God Emperors, he only needed to send a message and the Sacred Dragon Emperor would lead troops to help. Besides, Ji Tianxing had also found the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor and explained the stakes to him, forcing him to swear a Heavenly Tao oath. Under the Heavenly Tao oath, the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor had to be loyal to Ji Tianxing. When he sought revenge on the 5 God Emperors, the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor also had to follow. As for the new ruler of the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Ji Tianxing did not take into account Dark North. Firstly, Dark North was on good terms with the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Ji Tianxing could not force him to swear loyalty, much less make a Heavenly Tao oath. Secondly, Dark North was the weakest among the 5 Dragon Emperors. Even if he participated in the operation, he would not be of much use. The only ones who could really help Ji Tianxing were the Black Dragon Emperor, the Red Dragon Emperor, the Sacred Dragon Emperor, and the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor. Luoho's suggestion reminded Ji Tianxing. But Ji Tianxing thought for a while and waved his hand to reject it. I have not found the mystery of the gray fog and am not sure about the situation of the 5 God Emperors. It is too rash to rashly gather the Dragon Emperors. Let me investigate the situation and find the right time to strike. Then I will inform the 4 Dragon Emperors. Since Ji Tianxing had made up his mind, Luoho did not say anything else. After the master and servant finished their long conversation, Ji Tianxing quietly left Qilin Paradise. Only Luoho Divine King and Jinwu Divine King knew that he had left. The news was not made public. Otherwise, countless soldiers would have to come to send him off. Not only would that be a waste of time, but it would also be a little too ostentatious. More importantly, Ji Tianxing did not want his whereabouts to be known to the public. In the past few decades, when he had subdued the God realm and several star regions, he had come and gone without a sound. His whereabouts were so secretive that it was difficult to track him down. When he carried out all kinds of plans, he could often achieve unexpected results. Ji Tianxing's departure did not affect the heavenly dragon continent. With Luo Ho, the heavenly Dao with the heavenly dragon heavenly emperor, with heavenly divine star. With their efficiency, the transformation of the heavenly dragon continent would be completed within 20 years. After leaving the heavenly dragon continent, Ji Tianxing boarded the god-slaying battleship and soared in the vast void. The white dragon steered the god-slaying battleship and prepared to fly out of the heavenly dragon continent and into the depths of the void. Ji Tianxing cultivated in seclusion in the 9 heavens 10 absolutes tower and continued to increase his strength. Now, even if he did not cultivate in seclusion, his strength was still increasing silently every day. After all, after he subdued the god world and the other star regions, billions of citizens worshipped him and were incomparably grateful. The citizens built shrines spontaneously and worshipped his statue. Countless people went to worship him every day. The gratitude and worship of billions of citizens transformed into formless psyche power. Through the heavenly Tao, it was converted into divine power of faith and was continuously transmitted to Ji Tianxing, causing his strength to increase continuously. In addition to his cultivation in seclusion, the speed of his strength increase was even faster. 2 months later, the god-slaying battleship left the heavenly dragon continent and entered the vast void. At this time, Ji Tianxing's strength had already reached 80 times that of a peak god king. He was still continuing to cultivate, striving to increase his strength to 90 times that of a peak god king before he found the 5 great god emperors. However, after Bai Long steered the god-slaying battleship for a few days, he discovered that the situation was somewhat abnormal. Ever since he left the heavenly dragon continent, he discovered that the surrounding void was becoming increasingly sparse. In the beginning, he could still see sparse stars, emitting a faint light in the dark void. After flying for a few days, he could no longer see any stars in the surroundings. Only in extremely distant places could some scattered starlight be seen. Slightly closer, within a few billion miles, there was actually not a single star. The void was also exceptionally dark and cold. Such a phenomenon alerted Bai Long, and it also made him feel rather surprised and curious. He secretly pondered for a long time but still could not figure out what was going on. Hence, after much hesitation, he decided to wake up his master and report the situation to him. Logically speaking, this was not a big deal. He did not need to disturb his master's cultivation because of this. However, he had a nagging feeling that this matter was not simple. It might reveal some strange and secret. Under his call, Ji Tianxing quickly ended his cultivation and left the distorted spacetime. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Ji Tianxing appeared in the control room of the god-slaying battleship, standing behind Bai Long. Bai Long, why have you woken me up? Ji Tianxing glanced at Bai Long and saw that he was safe and sound. He then used his divine senses to scan the battleship and the surrounding void. He discovered that there was nothing unusual. Bai Long hurriedly explained, "Master, nothing happened, and there is no danger. However, look at the surrounding void. I feel that something is amiss, so I acted on my own initiative and reported to you." After Bai Long's reminder, Ji Tianxing carefully examined the surrounding void and discovered that there was indeed something unusual. The void around the battleship was exceptionally dark. There was not a single star in sight for billions of miles, causing the void to be exceptionally dark and cold. Ji Tianxing frowned. With a flash, he stepped out of the god-slaying battleship and flew into the void. He stood on top of the god-slaying battleship and carefully observed the surrounding void. A trace of doubt appeared in his heart. This is strange. The void is filled with stars. Why is this area empty? Even if there are no stars that are glowing, there should at least be some dull and lifeless stars. There was not a single star in a radius of billions of miles. It was simply too strange. Ji Tianxing also believed that there was something else going on. He frowned and pondered. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind as he tried to analyze and deduce the reason. In just a short 15 minutes, he analyzed more than 10 reasons. However, they were all somewhat far-fetched and were eliminated by him. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. In the vast and boundless void, there were 3 incomparably huge and dazzling scorching suns arranged in a tripartite state. Those huge and dazzling stars were clearly eternal divine stars. In fact, Ji Tianxing could even tell that 2 of them were the dragon realm and the god realm. Around the 3 eternal divine stars were hundreds of millions of bright stars. They were densely arranged into 9 regions, forming the 9 major star areas. This image was the one that Ji Tianxing saw when he gained enlightenment in his mind when he ascended to the god realm. Now, that strange yet familiar image appeared again. Chapter 44:16. The scene he saw when he ascended that year made Ji Tianxing come to a sudden realization and become enlightened. He finally found the reason, and understood why the surrounding area was filled with boundless darkness, without a single star. It turned out that the void universe used to be complete. There were 3 sun-like eternal divine stars that shone on the entire void universe. Billions of dazzling stars surrounded the eternal divine star and formed the 9 star regions. This was the only known planet that was inhabited by living beings. In addition, there were billions of stars of different sizes in the void universe. They were like sand in a desert. There were too many to count. However, the War of the Gods 30,000 years ago was too earth-shattering. That war destroyed one of the eternal divine stars and caused it to fall into the lower realm. Around the eternal divine star, there were many other planets of various sizes that also suffered the same fate and were destroyed. Most importantly, the eternal divine star was located in this region back then. After the star fell, this area became empty. That was why it was especially dark and cold. I see. Ji Tianxing guessed the truth and could not help but smile. He muttered to himself, "It turns out that the 5 elements world was in this area before it was destroyed and fell. In that case, as long as the 5 elements world is put back in this area, the void universe can be restored to its original state." When this thought came to his mind, he could not help but imagine and speculate. If the 5 elements world was put back in place, what would happen to the void universe? When the star returned and the 3 stars stood, the void universe would be restored. Something unexpected would happen, right? Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing could not hold back the excitement and anticipation in his heart. He quickly checked the situation of the 5 elements world. Ever since Ji Tianxing ascended with the 5 elements world, he had been keeping it in the heaven-mending pearl. He had merged with the 5 elements world long ago. The 5 elements world grew and strengthened rapidly, and his strength would also increase. For so many years, he had invested countless cultivation resources and treasures just to restore the 5 elements world to its original state. Ji Tianxing's divine sense went through the heaven-mending pearl and carefully observed the 5 elements world inside the divine pearl. The results did not disappoint him. Over the years, the world of 5 elements had devoured tens of thousands of star fragments and crystals, and had expanded by 10 times. The current 5 elements world had a diameter of 1 billion miles, and it was suffused with a sacred golden light that was dazzling to the extreme. At first glance, the 5 elements world was no different from a sun. However, it had not recovered to the level of an eternal god star. It was still a Big Dipper star. Ji Tianxing used his divine sense to stare at the 5 elements world as he thought to himself, "All these years, I've invested so many cultivation resources and star debris, and even used the heaven-mending pearl to continuously replenish its strength and help it recover and strengthen. In the end, it could only recover to the Big Dipper star, and no one knew when it could recover to the eternal divine star. However, the heaven-mending pearl was only a top-grade king-level divine artifact. It shouldn't be able to store an eternal divine star, right? In other words, even if the 5 elemental world were to remain in the heaven-mending pearl, it would still be impossible for it to return to the eternal divine star. The five elements world and Ji Tianxing had merged into one. Life and death were connected, and they shared weal and woe. Now that the five elements world had become a Big Dipper star, Ji Tianxing's strength had also reached more than 80 times that of a peak divine king. He could not help but imagine that if the five elements world recovered to the eternal divine star level, would he break through and reach the God Emperor realm? However, the five elements world could not continue to stay in the Heaven Mending Pearl. The top-grade king-level Heaven Mending Pearl would restrict the growth of the five elements world. Hence, Ji Tianxing considered and weighed the pros and cons again and again, and made a bold decision. He would take the five elements world out of the Heaven Mending Pearl, put it back in this empty void, and let it return to its original position. Although Ji Tianxing could not guess what the consequences of doing so would be for the time being. However, he could vaguely sense the heavenly axiom. He could predict that it would definitely be an earth-shattering event. At this moment, White Dragon saw his master standing in the void for a long time, frowning and pondering. No one knew what he was thinking about. White Dragon was a little worried. He could not help but ask through voice transmission, "Master, are you all right?" Ji Tianxing's thoughts were interrupted. He did not hesitate anymore and made a decision decisively. He instructed White Dragon, "Continue forward and rush to the depths of this void." White Dragon was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes shone with excitement and anticipation. "Master, did you discover something?" Ji Tianxing returned to the control room of the battleship. He did not say much. He nodded and said, "Yes, you will know very soon." White Dragon believed that with his master's wisdom and ability, there was no mystery that he could not solve. Since his master had decided to do something, he guessed that it must be something very important and shocking. Hence, White Dragon hurriedly controlled the deity-slaying battleship and accelerated towards the depths of the void. Half a month later, the deity-slaying battleship arrived at the depths of the void. If this dark and cold void had a radius of 8 billion miles, then the deity-slaying battleship was at the center of the void. The god-slaying battleship was located at the center of the empty space. It was about 4 billion li away from the dimly lit stars around it. "It's here," Ji Tianxing said and asked White Dragon to stop the battleship. Then, he put away the deity-slaying battleship and appeared in the void with White Dragon. The master and disciple stood in the void and looked around. White Dragon did not find any clues. He looked at Ji Tianxing expectantly and asked, "Master, what do you want to do? Just tell me." Ji Tianxing smiled and said in a playful tone, "You don't have to do anything. Just watch." Then, he used his mind to control the heaven-mending orb and flew out of his mind. Swoosh! The walnut-sized heaven-mending orb flew out of his forehead and floated in the void. It was dazzling white and shone with a dense divine light. The walnut-sized heaven-mending orb hit a Big Dipper star, a world with trillions of living beings. Ji Tianxing originally wanted to control the heaven-mending orb to release the five elements world and place it in this void. However, he had never done such an earth-shattering and shocking thing before and did not have much experience. He could not help but worry that if the five elements world was suddenly placed in the void and something unexpected happened, it would not be good. To him, it might only be a small shock and danger. However, to the trillions of living beings in the five elements world, it might be a disaster. Therefore, Ji Tianxing could only use his mind to control the heaven-mending orb and make it bigger, bigger, and bigger. Swoosh! Under Ji Tianxing's control, the heaven-mending orb expanded at a terrifying speed. Within 100 breaths, it had grown to a radius of 1,000,000 miles. An hour later, the heaven-mending orb had expanded to a radius of 100 million miles. 2 hours later, the heaven-mending orb had expanded to its limit and reached a radius of 1,000,000,000 miles. White Dragon silently watched his master cast the spell and watched the heaven-mending orb expand to its limit. He did not dare to make a sound for fear of affecting his master. He had already guessed what his master was going to do. His heart was in his throat. He was both worried and excited. Chapter 44:17. Under Ji Tianxing's control, the heaven-patching orb slowly opened, revealing the 5 elements world inside. As the heaven-patching orb peeled off bit by bit, it turned into a dense white light that quickly shrunk, and a dazzling golden sun appeared. The huge 5 elements world was wrapped in an extremely dazzling golden light. It slowly separated from the heaven-patching orb and appeared in the dark void. The originally cold and dark void immediately had light and warmth. Previously, the white dragon was still a little worried. The 5 elements world was brought back from the lower realm by his master. Forcefully bringing a star from the lower realm to the upper realm might violate the heavenly axiom's rules and would not be tolerated by the heavenly axiom. If the heavenly axiom rejected the 5 elements world and caused a shock, it would definitely cause the 5 elements world to suffer heavy losses, and the people would die tragically. Fortunately, the white dragon's worry was unnecessary. From the appearance of the 5 elements world to its gradual separation from the heaven-patching orb and appearance in the void, there were no abnormalities. The white dragon thought carefully. It seemed that the 5 elements world was originally one of the upper realm's eternal divine planets. What his master was doing now was not forcefully placing the 5 elements world here, but returning it to its original position. This should be in accordance with the heavenly axiom's rules, and no accidents would happen. With this thought, the white dragon was no longer worried. Instead, he was looking forward to it. He really wanted to know, when the 5 elements world returned to its original position, would there be any changes? Or, would there be any changes in this empty and dark star region? The white dragon stood behind Ji Tianxing and looked forward with anticipation, watching the 5 elements world grow bigger with his own eyes. Time passed quietly. As more and more of the 5 elements world was exposed to the void, this empty area was also illuminated more and more brightly. After an hour, when the 5 elements world revealed half of its shape, the void began to change. In the originally calm and dark void, there was a gust of wind. Above Ji Tianxing and the white dragon's heads, in the depths of the distant void, hundreds of millions of 5-colored rays of light appeared, flickering non-stop like neon. Those hundreds of millions of huge 5-colored rays of light were like rainbows, spreading in the void and extending in all directions. What shocked and amazed the white dragon was that the hundreds of millions of 5-colored rays of light extended billions of miles at an incredible speed in just 10 breaths. Despite the distance, the glow he could see was darkening and blurring. However, one thing he was sure of was that after reaching out for billions of miles, those multicolored light beams were still spreading out. In the end, the boundless 5-colored light covered an area with a radius of 8 billion kilometers before stopping. The previously dark and cold empty space was illuminated by the golden light of the 5 elements world and billions of 5-colored rays of light, becoming dazzling and dreamy. Then, Bai Long clearly sensed the invisible might of the heavens descending from the billions of 5-colored rays of light. Even though the heavenly might was majestic, suppressing everything. However, after enveloping the white dragon, he did not feel the slightest pressure or fear. Instead, he felt as if he was bathing in the spring breeze, warm and comfortable to the extreme. Under the baptism of the mighty heavenly might, he acutely sensed that his aptitude was improving, and his strength was also increasing. Before this, there were still some obscure and ambiguous doubts in his path of cultivation of the divine way. After being bowed by the formless heavenly might, he actually had a sudden enlightenment. Such a subtle change made him deeply surprised and incredulous. He couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Ji Tianxing, "Master, is this a blessing from the heavens? Your disciple has actually gained enlightenment, and his aptitude and strength have both increased." Ji Tianxing, of course, also saw the billions of rays of light. He knew that the endless rays of light covering the empty space was a sign from the heavens. He also felt the formless heavenly might, but Bai Long's words made him startled. He frowned and revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Damn it, it's not for me again?" Obviously, when the formless heavenly might enveloped him, Bai Long was baptized and blessed, but he didn't feel anything. In the past, he led Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and the others to save the common people. The heavens sent down merit and divine power to bless everyone, but he was always left out. This time was no exception. Bai Long didn't do anything. He was just in this empty space, bathed in the billions of rays of light and the formless heavenly might, and he was blessed. And he, the person in charge, was once again forgotten by the heavens. This made Ji Tianxing a little depressed, and he couldn't help but have that thought again. What's going on? Why am I always left out by the heavens? Is it related to my rebirth? Have I already jumped out of the heavenly Tao's restrictions and broken free from the shackles? Ji Tianxing had this thought a long time ago. Of course, he had never heard of anyone who jumped out of the heavenly Tao's restrictions and broke free from the shackles of the rules. In the current world, the 5 most powerful people were the 5 God Emperors. The 5 God Emperors had only mastered a portion of the heavenly Tao's power. They were still exploring and researching how to master all of the heavenly Tao's power and live as long as the heavens. They were still within the heavenly Tao's rules and hadn't jumped out of the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Ji Tianxing believed that if the 5 God Emperors were here, they would also be baptized by the formless heavenly might and improve their strength. It was just that they were stronger, and the benefits they received wouldn't be as great as Bai Long's. In the trichiliocosm and billions of stars, he was probably the only one ignored by the heavenly Tao. At this time, Bai Long reminded him via voice transmission, "Master, now that the heavenly Tao has blessed us, this is an excellent opportunity. Quickly inform Master's wife and everyone to come and receive the baptism." From Bai Long's experience, even if he didn't do anything, he would be able to receive the heavenly Tao's blessings and obtain great benefits just by standing in this void. Of course, he couldn't forget about such free benefits. Ji Tianxing didn't dwell on the fact that he had been forgotten by the heavenly Tao. He hurriedly woke everyone up in the distorted space-time. After a while, Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and the others appeared in the void with Ji Wuhan and Ji Wushuang. Bai Feng, Zhen Hong, Lin Shui, and the others also appeared one after another. Even Nangong Ni Huang and some followers appeared. Not only those in the Jiutian 10 Absolutes Pagoda, but even many followers and soldiers on the god-slaying battleship also appeared in the void after receiving Ji Tianxing's orders. Only a few people were in seclusion and couldn't end their cultivation. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would have been wasted, and they wouldn't be able to come to this void. Basically, most of the people who followed Ji Tianxing, including those Divine Lord Realm soldiers, were in the void. They were admiring the scene of the 5 elements world returning to its original position together. The void, which was originally very quiet and empty, suddenly became lively with more than 20,000 people appearing. It also became a bit more lively. In the sky above everyone's heads, the billions of 5-colored lights hadn't dissipated yet. They were still flickering with divine radiance. The formless heavenly might was still continuing, enveloping everyone and bringing about miraculous changes. Whether it was high-tier god kings like Yun Yao, Ji Ku, Bai Feng, or the 20,000 Divine Lord Realm soldiers, they all felt their strength increasing. Their talent and aptitude were also increasing. Chapter 44:18. Under the baptism of the heavenly might, everyone was blessed and strengthened. Of course, Ji Tianxing was an exception. He focused on controlling the heaven-mending orb and deliberately slowed down the speed at which the heaven-mending orb retreated, so that the 5 elements world would appear at a slower speed. This was because he had a bold conjecture and guess. In the process of the 5 elements world returning to its original position, the heavenly axiom sent down billions of rays of light and invisible heavenly might. When the 5 elements world completely returned to its original position, the rays of light and heavenly might would probably disappear. Therefore, he only needed to slow down the speed at which the 5 elements world returned to its original position to allow the heavenly might and rays of light to last longer. In this way, everyone would be able to receive more of the baptism of the heavenly might and obtain greater improvements. In fact, the result verified Ji Tianxing's guess. Originally, the 5 elements world only needed an hour to completely separate from the heaven-mending orb and return to its original position. However, he slowed down and used 2 hours to make the 5 elements world return to its original position. the five-colored rays of light that covered billions of miles of space and the invisible vast heavenly might did not dissipate. The more than 20,000 soldiers were still very excited at the beginning. Although they did not know what had happened and did not understand what the eternal divine star returning to its original position was. However, when they saw the star with a diameter of 1 billion miles slowly appear from the dense white light and appear in the void, they were also shocked by the majestic scene. Everyone's blood was boiling, and they felt proud that they could witness this miracle with their own eyes. However, after everyone was excited for a while, Xianxia sent a voice transmission to remind the many powerhouses and generals. In the baptism of the heavenly might, they could not just enjoy the magnificent scenery. More importantly, they had to receive the blessings of the heavenly might and strengthen their own strength. If they did not focus on refining the power, it would be a pity if the blessings of the heavenly might were lost. Many powerhouses and generals heard the voice transmission and came to their senses. They hurriedly ordered all the soldiers to focus on comprehending and refining the power bestowed by the heavenly axiom. Soon, the lively crowd quieted down. Everyone was focused on refining and comprehending the power bestowed by the heavenly axiom. This was indeed effective. Everyone absorbed more power of the heavenly axiom, and the strengthening effect was more obvious. Their strength increased faster. Not long after, streaks of divine light emerged from the crowd one after another. The multicolored divine light was extremely dazzling. As it turned out, many soldiers had made a temporary breakthrough in their cultivation or broke through their bottlenecks and shackles, and their strength had soared. Among the more than 20,000 soldiers, there were originally 1,000 people who stopped at the 9th level Divine Lord realm. If they did not have a great lucky chance, they would stop at the Divine Lord realm for the rest of their lives, unable to step into the Divine King realm. After all, the God King realm wasn't something that could be attained by cultivating and accumulating strength. It required sufficient natural endowment, natural talent, and comprehension ability. Originally, the thousands of soldiers did not possess these conditions, but after the baptism of the heavenly Tao's blessings, their aptitude and comprehension had improved, and their strength had also increased by a large margin. Hence, 1,000 9th-level Divine Lord Realm soldiers broke through the shackles one after another, reaching the Divine King Realm one after another. No one had expected such a shocking change and such a huge harvest. Even Xianxia was deeply surprised. It was common knowledge that the God King Realm was the greatest and most difficult threshold on the path of cultivation in the Divine Tao. As long as one's talent, aptitude, comprehension ability, and lucky chances were lacking, no matter how hard one cultivated, no matter how profound one's accumulated strength was, it was also hopeless for life. Surveying the entire divine world and the 9 great star fields, no one had ever seen the scene of several divine lords breaking through to the Divine King realm at the same time. But today, in this stretch of void, there were actually 1,000 9th-level Divine Lord Realm experts who broke through to the Divine King Realm one after another within 2 hours, changing their lives from then on. This was absolutely unprecedented in history, an unheard-of legend. Not just those 1,000 newly ascended Divine Kings who were filled with shock and disbelief, the other 20,000 over soldiers were also dumbfounded, cheering excitedly and agitatedly. Of course, those 1,000 newly ascended Divine Kings were the luckiest. Just a breakthrough of one cultivation realm, but it was ascending to the heavens in a single bound, changing their lives. But the other 20,000 over people also all had varying degrees of improvement and breakthrough. Those middle-level Divine Lords whose strength realms were slightly lower, many people broke through 2 realms, becoming high-level Divine Lords. Many high-level Divine Lords also broke through 1 or 2 realms after receiving the Heavenly Tao baptism. Even some of the lower Divine King realm experts had their cultivation level increased by 1 level. And when it came to middle-level Divine Kings and high-level Divine Kings, no one would directly break through by 1 realm. Usually, their strength would only increase by a few %. Unless it was a Divine King who was coincidentally stuck at a bottleneck and was only 1 step away from breaking through. Only then would they take this opportunity to break through and save hundreds or even thousands of years of bitter cultivation. The luckiest people were none other than Yun Yao and Ji Ke. The two of them had the highest aptitude, comprehension, and talent, so they also received the most benefits. They actually reached the peak of the 9th-level Divine King realm at the same time. Many years ago, when Ji Tianxing subdued the Sky Crane starfield, the two of them had already reached the late stage of the 8th-level Divine King realm. A few decades had passed in the outside world, but they had already been cultivating in seclusion in the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes Pagoda for more than 1,000 years. When Ji Tianxing was still in the Sky Unicorn starfield, the two of them had already broken through to the 9th-level Divine King realm. When Ji Tianxing subdued the Sky Unicorn starfield and hurried to this void, the two of them went into seclusion in the distorted spacetime for a few decades. Their strength had already stabilized. Originally, they thought that they would have to cultivate in seclusion for another 1,000 years to reach the peak of the 9th-level Divine King realm. Who would have thought that just receiving the heavenly Tao baptism would save them more than 1,000 years of cultivation? Even though the two of them did not break through, they were still at the 9th-level Divine King realm. But compared to more than 20,000 soldiers, the increase in their strength was actually the biggest. And second only to Yun Yao and Ji Ke were Ji Wuhan and Ji Wushuang. The siblings' aptitude and comprehension were the top super geniuses in the world. They were not any weaker than their parents. After being baptized by the heavenly Tao for 2 hours, the two of them also broke through to the 5th-level Divine King realm and the 6th-level Divine King realm. As for Bai Feng, Chao Qingyu, Lin Shui, Zhen Hong, Nangong Nihuang, and the others, they also received great benefits. In short, everyone who followed Ji Tianxing had received unimaginable benefits. Finally, 2 hours passed. The heaven-mending pearl had completely shrunk back to the size of a walnut. It flew back into Ji Tianxing's mind and hid. The 5 elements world completely separated from the heaven-mending pearl and appeared in the void. It floated quietly in the void without the slightest movement. There were also no abnormalities. At this time, the 5-colored light that covered a radius of 8 billion miles connected the 5 elements world and the void like an endless chain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Billions of 5-colored lights danced and shuttled back and forth for a while. Then they retracted and merged into the 5 elements world. The 5 elements world expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, reaching a diameter of 1 billion miles. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows, and his eyes revealed a look of deep joy. Chapter 44:19. Although the 5 elements world only grew by 10%, the changes were not too obvious. But this additional 100 million miles was a huge breakthrough, representing that the 5 elements world broke through to the heavenly dipper rank. From this moment onwards, the 5 elements world had the possibility of continuing to grow. All the way until the day came when it could grow into an eternal divine star and recover its former glory. At the same time, this also verified Ji Tianxing's conjecture. In the past, placing the 5 elements world inside the heaven-mending pearl could accelerate the nurturing of the 5 elements world, making it strengthen rapidly. But after it reached the heavenly dipper rank, the heaven-mending pearl's effect on it became smaller and smaller, even producing restraints and restrictions on it. Now that the 5 elements world returned to its original position, there was no power that could restrain it anymore. It swallowed so many cultivation resources and stellar debris previously, accumulating boundless power. Now, it was finally released. That was why it broke through to the heavenly dipper rank. Ji Tianxing originally thought that with the 5 elements world returning to its original position, this matter would be over. But what he did not expect was that even more soul-stirring and shocking things were still behind. The originally motionless 5 elements world actually started to slowly rotate. The sacred golden light on the surface also became even more dazzling, expanding into an enormous golden light screen. At the same time, the several billion miles of void in all directions also stirred up a horrifying void storm. The majority of Divine King powerhouses could still withstand the assault of the void storm. But more than 20,000 Divine Lord Realm soldiers, once they were assaulted by the void storm, it was very hard to have the strength to protect themselves. Ji Tianxing's reaction was extremely fast, hurriedly issuing orders, letting all the soldiers return to the god-slaying worship. Even though the soldiers were numerous, they were all well-trained and obeyed orders. In a short 100 breaths of time, more than 20,000 soldiers all returned to the god-slaying worship. Only those powerhouses above middle-rank divine king could stay by Ji Tianxing's side, admiring the changes in the void together. In the beginning, everyone was still discussing animatedly. Why would a void storm suddenly blow up for no reason? All the way until later, everyone saw that in the distant void, densely packed starlight dots appeared, currently gradually enlarging, and they came to a realization. It turned out that it was the stars in the surrounding void that were drawn by a powerful force, gathering over from all directions. Even though they couldn't hear anything, they were shocked to see thousands of stars rapidly filling up the empty space within a radius of several billion kilometers. For the next 2 hours, everyone was admiring the scene of thousands of stars dancing in the sky. They looked at the majestic meteor shower that was blooming with brilliant light in the void. There were big and small stars that were attracted, but they were all shining with dazzling starlight. Moreover, they all contained rich or resources, but there were no living beings living in them. Tens of thousands of stars flew to this empty area and circled around the 5 elements world, drawing all kinds of trajectories. On the surface, the 10,000 stars seemed to be flying chaotically without any pattern. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the trajectories of the tens of thousands of stars seemed to be controlled and arranged by a pair of invisible hands. On the surface, it looked chaotic and disorderly, but in fact, after nearly 10,000 stars were arranged in a specific position, they stopped flying and quietly floated in the void. 2 hours later, all the stars stopped flying and came to a complete standstill. At this moment, with the 5 elements world as the center, the empty space within a radius of 8 billion kilometers was already decorated by nearly 10,000 stars. The starlight was resplendent and vast. Such a scene of stars surrounding the moon not only looked spectacular, but it also made the void magnificent. More importantly, the 5 elements world, the tens of thousands of stars, and the endless void had merged into one and were completely harmonious. It was invisibly absorbing the power of the surrounding stars and constantly strengthening itself. With the support of the tens of thousands of stars, the 5 elements world would probably be able to grow into an eternal divine star and return to its peak in less than 1,000 years. Ji Tianxing and the many divine king experts under his command stood in the void where the wind was howling and divine light was surging. They watched the scene of the 5 elements world returning to its original position and the tens of thousands of stars gathering. Everyone was dazzled by the scene. They were both excited and shocked, although many people didn't know what this meant. However, everyone could guess that this was definitely an earth-shattering event that could affect the heavenly way and even gain the recognition of the heavenly way. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of stars wouldn't have gathered around the 5 elements world on their own accord. What everyone could see was only the surrounding void of billions of miles. In places that they couldn't see, the entire universe's void was changing. The 9 galaxies, the divine realm, and the dragon realm all lit up with dazzling 5-colored divine light. Billions of 5-colored rays of light descended from the void. Such a scene was similar to the surrounding scene of the 5 elements world and echoed from afar. In the past, the 9 galaxies were arranged in the outer circle of the universe and had fixed positions to stabilize the mysteries of heaven. The divine realm and the dragon realm were in the inner circle and were surrounded by the 9 galaxies, but they lacked some brilliance. Especially, the position where the 3 pillars should have been was a blank area. Now that the 5 elements world had returned to its original position, that blank area was also filled by the tens of thousands of stars. Only then was the universe's void considered complete. The dragon realm, the divine realm, and the 5 elements world stood in a tripartite balance. The structure formed was both stable and in accordance with the mysteries of heaven. The 9 galaxies surrounded the 3 eternal divine stars and shone with dazzling brilliance. The auras between them were connected and there was an endless cycle of life. In the past 30,000 years, the universe's void was incomplete. It could also be said that the heavenly way was incomplete. And now, the heavenly way was finally complete. No matter who completed this feat, it would be a great merit and they would definitely receive the supreme gift bestowed by the heavenly way. Therefore, the 9 galaxies, the Dragon Realm, and the Divine Realm were all illuminated by billions of rays of light. All living beings were bathed in the might of the heavenly way, and their talents and abilities were enhanced. Even many plants and stones gained intelligence under the baptism of the heavenly way and became demons and had the qualifications to cultivate and become stronger. And the heavenly way bestowed the most merit and rewards on the 5 elements world and its surrounding billions of miles. This area with a radius of 8 billion miles was not only enveloped by endless rays of light, but there were also scenes of heavenly flowers and golden lotuses blooming in the depths of the void. The vast 5 elements world was bathed in endless rays of light and received the baptism and blessings of the heavenly way. It was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The trillions of living beings in the 5 elements world also received indescribable benefits. The commoners who could not cultivate all had spirit roots and cultivation talent. They could absorb the vitality of heaven and earth and step into martial cultivation. The cultivators who had already embarked on the path of cultivation had their talents enhanced and underwent a complete transformation. In just a short 2 hours, at least 10 billion living beings in the 5 elements world broke through to the next realm and their abilities skyrocketed. There were also countless powerhouses who broke through the shackles of heaven and earth and became martial gods and true gods. As the 5 elements world grew, the continents and seas expanded rapidly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth became extremely abundant, and countless natural treasures emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain. Even the islands scattered in the seas expanded and gathered together to form a brand new continent. Chapter 4420. The 5 elements world underwent an earth-shattering transformation, and billions of living beings were in a state of ecstasy. Such a transformation lasted for 3 whole days before it ended. 3 days later, the 5 elements world had expanded to a diameter of 1.8 billion miles, and it had already formed the embryonic form of a star. Although it was still much smaller compared to the Dragon Realm and the God Realm. It was still absorbing the power of the billions of stars in the void of the universe, and it was still growing and expanding. Tianxing estimated that in at most another 500 years, the 5 elements world would grow to the size of the Dragon Realm and the God Realm. In these 3 days, the entire void of the universe was enveloped by endless light, and all living beings were baptized and blessed by the heavenly Tao. Of course, in the deepest part of the void, near that enigmatic gray fog, the heavenly Tao neglected it. The living beings of the 9 galaxies, the Dragon Realm, and the God Realm all received huge benefits. In the past 1,000 years, countless living beings were enslaved and oppressed by the 5 God Emperors, causing their cultivation paths to be bumpy and their progress to be slow. And the baptism and blessing of the heavenly Tao in these 3 days made up for the 1,000 years wasted by all living beings. 3 days later, the 9 galaxies, the Dragon Realm, and the God Realm all had large numbers of God King powerhouses, billions of God Lord powerhouses, and countless geniuses of the divine way. As for those who received the most benefits, it was naturally the people around the 5 elements world. All the God King powerhouses under Tianxing's command witnessed the entire process with their own eyes. They also received the baptism and blessing of the heavenly Tao for 3 consecutive days, and their strength increased explosively once again. Previously, the void storm raged around them, and more than 20,000 soldiers were recalled to the god-slaying battleship to hide. But in these 3 days, the heavenly Tao blessed them, and the void was relatively peaceful and safe. Tianxing ordered the 20,000 soldiers to fly out of the battleship and receive the heavenly Tao's blessings in the void. In these 3 days, the talents and aptitudes of the 20,000 soldiers more than doubled, and their strength more than tripled. The ones with the most obvious improvements were naturally those God Lord powerhouses. Among the 20,000 soldiers, There were hundreds of high-level god lords who became god-king powerhouses in one leap. In this way, among the 25,000 soldiers under Ji Tianxing, there were actually 2,000 god kings. Even though 90% of them were low-level divine kings, this ratio was still too shocking. Yun Yao, Ji Ku, Ji Wuhan, Ji Wushuang, and the others were the ones who had the greatest increase in strength. Among them, Yun Yao and Ji Ku's improvements were the most eye-catching. 2 days ago, they had just been baptized by the heavenly Dao and reached the 9th level of the God-King realm. Now, he had been blessed by the heavenly Dao and baptized for 3 days. He had obtained an endless amount of divine power of virtue and had actually become a peak divine king. With their exceptional talent, once they became peak divine kings, they would be like Ji Tianxing back then, able to easily crush all the other peak divine kings. As for Ji Tianxing, the heavenly Dao had bestowed a supreme merit reward, but it had little to do with him. At the very least, the vast heavenly might, the endless rays of light, and the divine force of virtue had all avoided him and failed to help him improve his strength. However, among all of them, his strength had increased the most terrifyingly and also the most shocking. This was because he had long since merged with the Five Elements world. When the Five Elements world was born, he was born. When the Five Elements world was destroyed, he was also destroyed. When the Five Elements world expanded and strengthened, his strength also skyrocketed. In a short 3 days, his strength had increased several times, reaching 99 times that of a peak divine king. The situation was just as he had guessed. 99 times was the limit. When his strength increased to 99 times that of an ordinary peak divine king, his entire person underwent a huge change. The Five Elements world extended billions of invisible forces, like threads that were closely connected to him. In the vast and boundless void, billions of stars also formed an invisible connection with him. With just a thought, he could control the countless stars around him with a simple technique. His divine body had also evolved and improved by leaps and bounds, possessing an ability that was close to immortality. Even though he could clearly sense that he had yet to achieve true immortality, he still had not achieved true immortality. His lifespan had long surpassed 100,000 years, reaching tens of millions of years, close to 100 million years. He believed that this was due to the influence of the Five Elements world. He secretly speculated that if the Five Elements world grew into an eternal divine planet, then he would also become eternal, having a lifespan of billions or even billions of years. At that time, even if he could not be considered to be immortal in the strict sense, it was also close to it. 3 days later, Heavenly Dao's blessing ended. Billions of multicolored lights, countless heavenly flowers, and golden lotuses dissipated one after another. At this time, Ji Tianxing's strength had also accumulated to the peak, finally obtaining a breakthrough. Swoosh! His entire body gave off endless divine light, turning into a dazzling, scorching sun, illuminating billions of miles of the void. Unimaginably majestic divine power brewed in his body, surging around him. Heavenly Dao had long withdrawn its invisible heaven's might. But Ji Tianxing's entire body emitted the sacred might of Heavenly Dao. Many divine king powerhouses, as well as over 20,000 soldiers, all revealed shocked and reverent expressions. Many people had a misconception. In their eyes, Ji Tianxing became the scorching sun, as if Heavenly Dao had descended. He became the incarnation of Heavenly Dao, appearing in the mortal realm. Since ancient times, the heavenly Dao that all living beings knew was colorless and formless, an indescribable existence. But from this moment onwards, heavenly Dao had a concrete image. That was Ji Tianxing. Even though this conclusion was very absurd, and outsiders would feel that it was a fallacy. But he did indeed possess the supreme dignity of heavenly Dao. Thinking of this, over 20,000 soldiers were indescribably excited and agitated. Bai Long revealed a look of realization, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "I understand now. I finally understand. Heavenly Dao is originally formless, but Master is the incarnation of Heavenly Dao, representing the will of Heavenly Dao. We follow Kenshin, but we are also the supreme heavenly Tao. Among the 20,000 soldiers, there were originally some who were still confused. Now that they heard Bai Long's explanation, they all understood. Everyone was in a state of excitement and revelry. Yun Yao, Ji Ku, Ji Wushuang, Ji Wuhan, and the others were also happy for Ji Tianxing. However, they were more worried. Seeing Ji Tianxing's figure disappear and become a huge, dazzling, scorching sun, emitting heat in the void, they couldn't help but worry about a problem. Tianxing became a sun just like that? Can Big Brother Tianxing still recover his human form? He won't become a sun and stay in the void forever, right? If Father turns into a star and illuminates this void, can he still move with us and roam the void? To over 20,000 soldiers, Kenshin was the incarnation of heavenly Tao. That was something that made them excited and proud. But to Ji Tianxing's family, it was definitely not a good thing for a person to become a sun and stay in the void forever. Thus, Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and the others stood in the void and watched Ji Tianxing turn into the scorching sun, waiting patiently. Over 20,000 soldiers returned to the god-slaying battleship and continued to cultivate and consolidate their cultivation. Chapter 44:21. Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and the others waited patiently for a month. They had been very worried. What if Ji Tianxing could not change back and became a star forever? Fortunately, what they were worried about did not happen. A month later, Ji Tianxing finally returned to normal. After the dazzling golden light dissipated, he returned to his original appearance. Seeing him reappear in front of them, Yun Yao, Ji Ku, Ji Wushuang, Ji Wuhan, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Many of his followers had been on tenterhooks all this time. Seeing Ji Tianxing return to his original appearance, they finally felt relieved. While everyone was rejoicing, someone noticed Ji Tianxing's change. Lord Kenshin, your strength level? Could it be that you have broken through? A loyal old general who had followed Kenshin for 1,000 years and had the strength of an 8th-level divine king with keen observation skills noticed this detail. When everyone heard his words and was reminded by him, they immediately stared at Ji Tianxing. After careful observation and sensing, they realized that it was indeed so. A month ago, Ji Tianxing was like the descent of the heavenly Tao. He was divine and majestic to the extreme. Every movement of his seemed to be able to pluck the stars and take the moon from the sky and control the earth. At that time, he could be said to be at the peak of the divine Tao. He had unleashed his strength, divine power, pressure, and other characteristics to the extreme. Since ancient times, there had never been a divine Tao cultivator who could surpass him. Even the 5 god emperors could not have his divine aura and terrifying heavenly might. However, the current Ji Tianxing had become an ordinary person. There were no fluctuations of divine power or terrifying heavenly might that could suppress everything. In fact, it was as if he did not exist. If one did not look with their eyes, they would not be able to discover his existence at all. Even though Yun Yao and Ji Ku were peak divine kings standing beside him, if they closed their eyes and used their divine senses to investigate, not only would they not be able to sense his aura, they would also not be able to discover him. However, Ji Tianxing did nothing and did not deliberately hide his aura. This was too strange. What was even more shocking was that Ji Tianxing did not lose all his power and become an ordinary person. His strength received a qualitative leap, breaking through the limits of divine Tao cultivation and reaching an even higher realm. Right now, he was already connected to the void of the universe and was closely connected to the millions of stars. Divine power, aura, and pressure didn't exist in his body at all. They existed in the void of the universe. This world, the entire void, could become the source of his power. The followers didn't understand the crux of the matter. They only knew that Kenshin would never become an ordinary person. There was only one explanation for Kenshin's miraculous transformation. He had broken through to a completely new realm. What realm was above peak divine king? Without a doubt, this was the realm of the God Emperor. Of course, this title wasn't something that had existed since ancient times. It was something that the 5 god emperors had given themselves. For a moment, hundreds of divine king followers looked at Ji Tianxing expectantly, waiting for him to announce the answer. Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and the others also stared at Ji Tianxing. They wanted to know if he had really broken through to the god emperor. Ji Tianxing smiled and nodded when he saw the expectant look on everyone's face. For some reason, the moment he smiled, everyone's eyes lit up. It was as if they saw the warm and genial sunlight illuminating the void and dispelling all the darkness. Although Ji Tianxing only smiled, his smile had an indescribable affinity. It was kind and dignified. Obviously, Ji Tianxing's transformation was too great. Previously, everyone thought that he was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, representing the holiness and dignity of the heavenly Tao. But now, everyone had a misconception that he was the heavenly Tao. Only the current him matched everyone's guess of the heavenly Tao. It was supreme, sacred, and dignified. People could only look up to it and worship it, not daring to blaspheme it. However, the heavenly Tao was not cold and heartless. While it had supreme dignity, it also exuded a warm glow. Of course, this was only what everyone felt. Everyone also knew that this guess was ridiculous, so no one said it out loud, let alone prove it. Everyone only knew that Ji Tianxing nodded and admitted that he had indeed broken through to the God Emperor realm. This was the most exciting piece of good news that everyone had heard. This is great. Lord Kenshin has finally become a God Emperor. I said a long time ago that Lord Kenshin would definitely be the 6th God Emperor. Sure enough, it's true. Although Lord Kenshin has just broken through to the God Emperor realm, I believe that the 5 God Emperors are no match for Lord Kenshin. From now on, Lord Kenshin is invincible. We have waited for this day for too long. We can finally get our revenge. Many of his followers were excited and full of confidence and anticipation. First, their own strength had been greatly enhanced. Second, Ji Tianxing had also broken through to the God Emperor realm and had the strength to suppress the 5 God Emperors. Looking at their excited and confident postures, they could not wait to rush into the depths of the void and fight the 5 God Emperors to the death. Everyone was so excited, so Ji Tianxing naturally did not want to dampen their enthusiasm. He encouraged everyone and then asked his followers to return to the god-slaying battleship and wait patiently for orders. Bai Feng, Chao Qingyu, and the others returned to the distorted space-time of the Jiutian 10 Absolutes Tower and continued to cultivate in seclusion. Not long after, the bustling void quieted down. Only Yun Yao, Ji Wushuang, and the White Dragon were left by Ji Tianxing's side. They were his closest and most trusted people. At this moment, Yun Yao asked, "Tianxing, what do you plan to do next? Or, do you have any ideas or plans?" Ji Tianxing shook his head and said, "Now that the 5 elements world has been restored and the heavenly Tao has been restored, most of the mysteries have been unraveled, and the truth has been revealed. In the past month, I was in the midst of a breakthrough and metamorphosis. It was as if I had transformed into the endless void, and my consciousness roamed between the 9 star zones and the 3 divine planets. I saw the past and the future in miniature. There were many blurry images and fragments. There was the scene of goddess Yao Guang leading the human race to resist the invasion of the demon race more than 30,000 years ago. There were also countless divine lords and divine kings who participated in the battle. There were also traces of Qilins, dragons, phoenixes, and other mythological beasts. That battle affected the dragon realm, the god realm, and the 5 elements world. The flames of war spread to the surrounding star zones. Countless godly kings and godly monarchs perished. Millions of stars collapsed and shattered, turning into shooting stars that dissipated into the void. The 5 elements world was shattered by countless powerful beings in that battle. After it was shattered, it fell into the lower realm and became ordinary. From that moment on, the heavenly Tao was no longer complete. Bookhouse Reading Website. Chapter 44-22. Back then, Ji Tianxing was still in the process of growing up, collecting clues bit by bit to understand the mystery of the destruction and fall of the 5 elements world. Later, he returned to the God realm and went to the Dragon realm. His experience in the Dragon realm allowed him to understand the origin of the sinners, as well as the reason why many races suffered the wrath of the heavens. After leaving the Dragon realm, he began to travel the outer space, treading through the 9 major starfields, looking for clues and relics of Tianlong Emperor. Although, until now, he still had not found the relics of Tianlong Emperor. But in the month before he transformed into the scorching sun, in the process of his transformation and breakthrough, his consciousness roamed the universe void and saw images of Tianlong Emperor. Those intermittent and somewhat blurry images were very consistent with the results of his investigation. After Tianlong Emperor left the Dragon realm, he passed through many starfields alone. He did not seem to be traveling the major starfields, nor was he wandering aimlessly. Instead, he quickly passed through the major starfields, reached the depths of the void, and came to this dark blank area. Unfortunately, Ji Tianxing did not know why Tianlong Emperor directly found this blank area and stayed here for a long time. He also did not know how Tianlong Emperor found this blank area and accurately found this place. Was it some kind of guidance? Or had Tianlong Emperor found this place long ago and revisited it? After Tianlong Emperor came to this blank area, how long did he stay, and what did he do? Ji Tianxing had no way to know. Because, when he broke through and transformed, the images that appeared in the depths of his consciousness were not very clear and complete. His last impression of Tianlong Emperor also stopped at this dark and cold void, where a faint light lit up. Ji Tianxing could tell that the weak ray of light was the result of Heavenly Dragon Emperor burning his true dragon body and sacrificing his own life to achieve. Although that bright flame was tens of thousands of miles long, fiercely rising, extremely gorgeous blooming. But compared to the 8 billion miles of dark void, it was really too weak. When this image appeared in the depths of his consciousness, Ji Tianxing was also shocked by the scene. He felt sorry for his master, but also admired and respected him. But more than that, they were puzzled. He really wanted to know why his master had come to this area for no reason. He didn't know what his master had experienced or what had happened. Why did he make the decision to sacrifice himself so resolutely and end his life in the dazzling flames? That's right, the blazing flames were the flames of sacrifice. He didn't know why Tianlong Emperor was sacrificing, and he didn't know who he was sacrificing to. However, Ji Tianxing believed that his master was a person of great wisdom and ability. He would never make such a decision for no reason. Sigh. The scene before Heavenly Dragon Emperor's death had been hovering in Ji Tianxing's mind, causing him to uncontrollably sigh. Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and the others could tell that he was depressed and a little sad, so they asked for the reason. Big brother Tianxing, the 5 elements world has finally returned, and now the truth is out. You have also broken through to the God Emperor realm. This is a happy thing, why are you sighing? Tianxing, the mystery of the fall of the 5 elements world has been solved, but you are still sighing. Did something happen that has something to do with the Dragon realm? Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and said, in ancient times, there were many powerful races in the Dragon realm, led by the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. But they participated in the battle 30,000 years ago, shattering the 5 elements world and also causing damage to the Dragon realm. Hundreds of millions of lives were turned into ashes. Therefore, the heavenly Tao was furious and sent down heavenly punishment. Those dozens of ancient races all became sinners. For 30,000 years, the sinners' bloodline continued to wither, and their inheritance continued to weaken until they fell silent, declined, and disappeared. Back then, I didn't understand the reason, but now I know the answer. Presumably, now that the 5 elements world has returned and the heavenly Tao is complete, the heavenly punishment of those sinners should also dissipate, right? Yun Yao thought for a moment and comforted, there is a cause and effect. Back then, those ancient races committed a grave mistake and caused irreparable losses. It is natural for the heavens to punish them, you don't have to sympathize with them. Now that the 5 elements world has returned, if their heavenly punishment dissipates, then they should be thanking you. You sighed just now, I don't think it is because of this matter. Is it related to the Heavenly Dragon Emperor? Yun Yao's analysis was very accurate, and also guessed Ji Tianxing's thoughts. Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "That's right, of course I won't sympathize with those sinners and sigh for them. I only saw Master's last figure when I was breaking through and transforming. 1,000 years ago, I had already fallen under the siege of the 5 peak divine kings. I don't know what Master understood, but he actually made up his mind to leave the dragon realm, pass through various major star fields, and came to this empty area. I don't know how long he stayed here and what he did. In the end, he actually sacrificed himself, turned into the only light, and illuminated this darkness." Hearing this, Yun Yao, Ji Ku, Bai Long and the others were stunned, revealing a surprised and shocked expression. How could this be? The Heavenly Dragon Emperor actually sacrificed himself. Heavens! Why is this? Why did he do this? In the past, I always guessed that the Heavenly Dragon Emperor went missing, most likely to find the 5 God Emperors to avenge you. In the end, he was not a match for the 5 God Emperors, so he was defeated and fell. I didn't expect that he was actually. Not only Yun Yao and Ji Ke thought so, Bai Long and the others also thought so. Everyone felt that the most likely reason for the Heavenly Dragon Emperor's disappearance and fall was that he went to find the 5 God Emperors. But no one expected that the Heavenly Dragon Emperor actually took the initiative to sacrifice himself. Bai Long really couldn't understand, and couldn't help but ask, "Master, why did Grandmaster do this? What exactly is the reason that made him so determined to sacrifice himself?" Ji Tianxing showed a wry smile, shook his head, and said, "Not only you can't figure it out, I also can't figure it out until now. But one thing is certain. I think that Master's sacrifice most likely has something to do with me." Ji Tianxing's inference won the unanimous approval of everyone, and also made them respect the Heavenly Dragon Emperor even more. Although, everyone still didn't understand the reason for the Heavenly Dragon Emperor's sacrifice. But what was certain was that the Heavenly Dragon Emperor was definitely a noble and wise man. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy and oppressive. Ji Tianxing waved his hand, collected his thoughts, and said with a calm expression, "Okay, everyone, don't think and guess anymore. The 9 star fields and the 3 great divine stars have stabilized, and the 5 elements world has also grown into the embryonic form of a star, so there won't be any problems. Next, we will go to the deepest part of the void and meet the 5 God Emperors. I also want to see what is the mystery of the mysterious gray fog." Chapter 44-23. The 9 star zones, the Dragon Realm, the Heavenly Realm, and the 5 Elements world were no longer secrets to Ji Tianxing. Moreover, he already controlled most of these areas and was the most powerful person in terms of power and territory. The current 5 great God Emperors couldn't even be compared to him. After all, the 5 God Emperors had lost their territories and could only defend the enigma of the gray fog. That was their last hope. Ji Tianxing headed to the enigma of the gray fog and personally clashed with the 5 God Emperors. The time was ripe. After this matter was decided, everyone returned to the distorted space-time of the Divine Pagoda. The White Dragon steered the god-slaying battleship and carried everyone out of this part of the galaxy and into the depths of the void. Swoosh! The god-slaying battleship transformed into a ray of divine light and streaked across the void like a bolt of lightning. The 5 Elements world remained where it was and remained motionless. Its size was also silently and slowly increasing. The continents on the stars and the trillions of living beings were once again experiencing a new round of spirit chi storms and experiencing earth-shaking changes. After leaving the 5 Elements world, Ji Tianxing took out his transmission jade slip and sent a message to the Red Dragon Emperor. This time, he was not asking for help from the Red Dragon Emperor. Ji Tianxing had already broken through to the God Emperor realm and believed that he was strong enough to deal with the 5 God Emperors. Before he understood the situation of the 5 God Emperors and the enigma of the gray fog, he would not ask the Red Dragon Emperor, the Black Dragon Emperor, or the Sacred Dragon Emperor for help. If there was any danger, he would rather face it himself. The reason he sent the message to the Red Dragon Emperor was to ask about the specific situation, especially regarding the enigma of the gray fog and the deployment of the 5 God Emperors. Soon, the Red Dragon Emperor sent a message back with an answer. Back then, he had gone to the depths of the void once and seen the enigma of the gray fog with his own eyes, as well as the formation of the 5 god emperors. However, in order not to expose himself, he did not get too close to the enigma of the gray fog and only looked around the periphery. He told Ji Tianxing everything he knew about the situation without holding anything back. After discussing this matter, the Crimson Dragon Emperor asked with a voice full of concern, "Longtime, why are you suddenly asking about the gray mist and the 5 great god emperors? Have you already gathered your old subordinates, gathered your troops, and prepared to head into the depths of the void to seek revenge from the 5 great god emperors? All these years, we've been waiting for your news. Don't worry, I will immediately inform the Black Dragon Emperor and the Sacred Dragon Emperor. Give us some time and we will be able to lead our elite soldiers to join you in dealing with the 5 god emperors." For nearly 100 years, the Dragon Realm had been very peaceful and peaceful. Red Dragon Emperor, Black Dragon Emperor, and the others were also conserving their energy and making preparations. They had already arranged the follow-up matters. Even if they didn't return to the Dragon Realm for hundreds of years, nothing would happen to their territories. Even if they died in the void, the soldiers and loyal subjects under their command would choose a new Dragon Emperor according to the edicts they left behind. As long as the 3 Dragon Emperors started to move, they would be able to gather their elite soldiers within half a month at most. In another 2 years, they would be able to cross the void and meet up with Ji Tianxing. But Ji Tianxing would definitely not agree to let them gather now. Therefore, he sent another message to the Red Dragon Emperor to dissuade her. "Long Yen, I know that you have been actively preparing for war all these years, ready to support me at any time and join me in seeking revenge from the 5 god emperors. But we still don't have enough understanding of the gray mist and the 5 god emperors to start a war rashly. I'm heading to the depths of the void this time to understand the situation. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you be invincible. Once I've done my research and decide when to attack, I will naturally inform you. Also, you don't have to worry about my situation and safety. Not long ago, I found an empty area in the depths of the void and confirmed that it was where the 5 elements world used to be. I've returned the 5 elements world to its original position. Now that the divine star has returned and the heavenly Tao has been restored, the heavens have bestowed upon me great merit and blessings. I've also successfully broken through to the God Emperor realm. As for the curse and heavenly retribution in the Dragon Realm, it should be dispelled soon. Without the shackles of heavenly retribution, you have a great chance of breaking through to the God Emperor realm. Therefore, I'm heading to the depths of the void to investigate the situation. You can take this opportunity to cultivate hard and try to break through to the God Emperor realm." After receiving Ji Tianxing's instructions, Red Dragon Emperor quickly sent another message. "Longtime, you've really broken through to the God Emperor realm? Heavens! Although I knew that you would definitely become the 6th God Emperor, I didn't think it would be so soon. The 5 elements world has returned and the heavenly Tao has been restored. What great merit! It's practically rebirth. No wonder there was a heavenly anomaly in the Dragon Realm previously. Endless rays of light shrouded the heavens and earth, and endless blessings and divine power had also descended. We were still wondering what exactly had happened that caused the heavens to bestow such blessings. So that's what happened. Don't worry, I'll pass on your words to everyone. Since you've already made your decision, we'll follow your plan. We'll try our best to break through to the God Emperor realm as soon as possible." Red Dragon Emperor's tone was very agitated and excited. More than that, he was very proud of Ji Tianxing from the bottom of his heart. After his conversation with Ji Tianxing ended, he hurriedly took out his communication jade slip and contacted the Black Dragon Emperor, the Sacred Dragon Emperor, the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor, and the others to relay Ji Tianxing's words to them. The god-slaying battleship continued to sail through the void. Besides the white dragon steering the battleship, everyone else was cultivating in seclusion. Ji Tianxing was no exception. He stayed in the distorted space-time of the 9 Heavens 10 Extremes pagoda and cultivated patiently to strengthen his foundation of the divine Tao. He had just broken through to the God Emperor realm not long ago. His top priority was to strengthen his foundation and his foundation. This was Ji Tianxing's habit all along. Every time he broke through to a new realm, he would strengthen his foundation before continuing to advance to a higher realm. Before he broke through to the God Emperor realm, he was like everyone else. He did not have a clear understanding of the God Emperor realm. In fact, everyone felt that the God Emperor realm was the peak of the divine Tao cultivation. After reaching the God Emperor realm, one should have reached the end of one's cultivation. There was no need to cultivate anymore. Anyway, when one's skills reached the peak, there was no mention of a God Emperor realm being divided into different realms. But Ji Tianxing realized that this was not the case during his seclusion cultivation. He also had a clearer understanding of the God Emperor realm. It was not wrong to say that the God Emperor realm was the end of the divine Tao cultivation, because after reaching the God Emperor realm, cultivation was no longer about absorbing the power of heaven and earth. Instead, it was about comprehending, understanding, and controlling the power of the heavenly Tao. What one cultivated was the power of the heavenly Tao. The God Emperor realm was definitely not the end of the path of cultivation. Even someone as powerful as him had room for further improvement. In other words, there were also differences in strength between the God Emperor realm experts. Ji Tianxing was not sure if there were 9 realms of difference, but he was sure that it was mostly based on the amount of Tao aura. Chapter 44-24. Before breaking through to the God Emperor realm, Ji Tianxing had already condensed a strand of Daoist rhyme. But that strand of Daoist rhyme was both real and illusory, and somewhat ethereal. After reaching the God Emperor realm, that strand of Daoist rhyme had completely solidified, turning from illusory to real. Now, Ji Tianxing possessed one strand of Daoist rhyme, so he could be considered a first-stage God Emperor. He could still continue to cultivate, comprehend the heavenly Tao, absorb its power, and condense even more Daoist rhymes. Thus, he was certain that the strength of God Emperor was determined by the number of Daoist rhymes. Since God Emperors were divided into strong and weak, and the 5 God Emperors had reached the God Emperor realm 1,100 years earlier than him, they must have condensed more than one strand of Daoist rhyme. This gave Ji Tianxing pressure and a goal. While the god-slaying battleship was hurrying along, he also focused on cultivating in the distorted spacetime, striving to condense a second strand of Daoist rhyme as soon as possible. On the other side, in the depths of the void, at the end of the darkness, there was a supermassive star that silently floated. This was an extremely mysterious star. Its surface was shrouded in boundless gray fog, making it impossible to see the star's appearance. Even the 5 powerful God Emperors couldn't see through the gray fog no matter how hard they tried. They didn't even know what the mysterious star was. This superstar was far larger than the Dragon Realm and the God Realm, with a diameter of more than 10 billion miles. Eternal divine stars like the Dragon Realm and the God Realm were only a few billion miles in diameter, but they were already eternal existences that could accommodate trillions of living beings. It was hard to imagine what was hidden within this even larger and mysterious star. Ever since the 5 God Emperors discovered this mysterious star while roaming the void, they were attracted to it. The 5 God Emperors firmly believed that this mysterious star contained the secrets of eternal life, and that it could even find a way to control and replace the heavenly Tao. Thus, they spent 1,000 years, mobilizing tens of thousands of Divine Lord experts, and exhausting all their cultivation resources to study this mysterious star. In order to unravel the mystery of the mysterious star, he had to uncover the gray fog on the surface of the star. However, the gray fog was extremely mysterious and powerful. Even a God Emperor would not be able to break through it with their divine abilities. Thus, 1,000 years ago, the 5 God Emperors discussed and made a decision. That was to dilute the gray fog on the surface of the planet at all costs, making it weaker before they could break through. For this reason, the 5 God Emperors personally took action, gathering tens of thousands of God monarchs and God kings to form a grand formation that could penetrate the heavens and earth, casting spells on the gray fog. The formation formed by each god emperor and tens of thousands of powerful beings lit up with dazzling divine light, like pillars of light that reached up to the heavens. As for the 5 god emperors, they formed a grand formation that was scattered around the mysterious star. The 5 great formations they had set up were connected to each other, forming an even larger divine formation. In this way, the 5 god emperors and 50,000 elite soldiers formed a massive divine formation that was 10 times more powerful than before. They had successfully shaken off the gray fog on the surface of the star, thinning it bit by bit. This move allowed the 5 god emperors and their soldiers to see hope for success. As long as they continued to cast spells and persevered for a long time, they would definitely be able to clear the fog, break through the obstruction, and see the true appearance of the mysterious star. This method allowed the 5 god emperors to work together and exert their power to the maximum. But there was also a drawback, and that was that the 5 god emperors were tied together so that none of them could leave. The 10,000 elite soldiers who had formed the formation with them could be rotated out. However, the 5 god emperors could not leave and had to continuously cast spells to maintain the formation. Otherwise, if they stopped, the formation would weaken, and the gray fog that had been dispersed would return and cover the mysterious star once more. At this point, the 5 god emperors had persisted for over 1,000 years. Fortunately, they were god emperors and possessed nearly limitless power. Even if they cast spells for 1,000 years, they would not feel tired. Over the past 1,000 years, the 5 god emperors and their soldiers had expended an incalculable amount of cultivation resources and blood, sweat, and tears. Now, they were finally seeing results. Success was at hand. The gray fog covering the surface of the mysterious star had already thinned out, and the mysterious star within had also become hazy and indistinct. According to the 5 god emperors' estimates, given the current strength of the soldiers and the speed at which the gray fog was dissipating, the camouflage and protection of the mysterious star would be broken in 2 years at the latest. At that time, not only would they be able to see the true appearance of the mysterious star, they would also be able to enter the star and explore the mysteries of eternal life. 1,000 years of hard work was finally about to bear fruit. When the 5 great god emperors announced this matter, the news spread among the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, causing everyone to cheer excitedly and indescribably agitated. That's right. In the vicinity of the mysterious star, the 5 great god emperors had already gathered close to 500,000 elite soldiers and generals. On average, each god emperor had nearly 100,000 soldiers under their command. Several hundred years ago, when the Crimson Dragon Emperor first came to this region and saw the mystery of the gray fog, the 5 god emperors had already been working on the formation for many years. More than 10,000 god kings and god lords were participating in the formation, working together under the leadership of the god emperors. But in the void around the formation, tens of thousands of soldiers had set up camps and were recuperating. Every 10 years, the 10,000 soldiers participating in the casting of the formation would be rotated. After all, those Sir Gods and Divine King Realm soldiers weren't like the 5 great Emperor gods who possessed boundless divine power. After 10 years of continuous casting, the soldiers would reach their limit and need to return to their camps to recuperate for several decades. In addition, there were many divine warships and several thousand soldiers in charge of transporting cultivation resources to and from the various star fields, the God Realm, and the mysterious star. Not only did the soldiers have to consume cultivation resources to participate in the casting of the formation, but also a large amount of resources had to be consumed to regulate their breathing in the camp. Even the operation of the massive divine formation consumed vast amounts of cultivation resources. It was for these reasons that the 5 god emperors had enslaved the 9 star fields and the God Realm and madly seized cultivation resources. Several decades ago, Ji Tianxing returned to the God Realm and occupied the territories of the various god emperors, overthrowing the 5 god emperors. Later on, he entered the starry sky outside the realm and conquered a few starfields. He uprooted almost all of the 5 god emperors' forces and territories. The 5 great god emperors had many trusted and loyal subordinates. When they saw that they were unable to defend against Ji Tianxing's attacks, They led their soldiers and cultivation resources in advance and fled to the mysterious star to meet up with the god emperors. Even the soldiers guarding the various star fields fled their star fields to seek refuge with the 5 god emperors. Among them, the disciple of the Prajna god emperor, god King Crimson Dawn, was the most classic example. When she learned that Kenshin was going to attack the Chaos Continent, she gathered 50,000 soldiers, plundered all cultivation resources, and fled the god realm. Chapter 44-25. At present, the 5 god emperors had at least 90,000 soldiers and at most 100,000 soldiers under their command. With double the manpower, the rate at which they could dispel the gray fog on the surface of the mysterious star was much faster than before. The gray fog on the surface of the star was growing thinner and thinner, and it would take at most 2 years for it to be dispelled. At this time, the 5 great god emperors gave the order at the same time, adding another 10,000 soldiers to cast the spell to strengthen the power of the Great Formation. Their goal was simple: to speed up the process so that the gray fog could be dispelled as soon as possible and the true appearance of the mysterious star could be seen. They had waited for more than 1,000 years, and now that they were on the verge of success, the 5 god emperors suddenly panicked and began to think of ways to speed up the process. This was a unanimous decision that they had reached after a private discussion. They had long ago received confirmation that Kenshin had subdued the Heavenly Crane, Heavenly Phoenix, and Heavenly Unicorn star zones. Since Kenshin had subdued these 3 star zones, his next target was obvious. He was most likely coming for the mysterious star. The 5 god emperors were still confident that they could defeat and kill Kenshin in a direct confrontation. But from Kenshin's actions after his return to the god realm, they could infer that Kenshin would not attack them in a direct confrontation. He would most assuredly arrive at the mysterious star and think of a way to launch a sneak attack to foil the plans of the 5 god emperors. In order to unravel the secrets of the mysterious star, the 5 god emperors had spent 1,000 years and countless resources. It could be said that they had gambled everything. They would not allow Kenshin to ruin their plans, nor would they let down their guard when they were on the verge of success and allow Kenshin's scheme to succeed. Thus, after the 5 god emperors issued their orders, another 50,000 soldiers joined the formation and began to cast their spells with all their might. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the 5 camps also raised their spirits and looked around vigilantly, increasing their defense by several times. Everyone was tense as they did their utmost to protect the formation, ensuring that for the next 1 or 2 years, everything would go smoothly and without incident. Time silently passed. Especially when they were traveling through the void, the scenery around them never changed. It was always dark in the void, and there were only specks of light in the distance. Fortunately, the White Dragon was piloting the god-slaying battleship alone. No matter how dry and boring it was, he could still persevere. Just like that, a year and a half passed. On the 18th month, White Dragon finally noticed that a hazy shadow had appeared in the depths of the void in front of the god-slaying battleship. At first, the shadow was very small and indistinct amidst the faint light of countless stars. But as the days passed, the god-slaying battleship got closer and closer to the shadow, and the shadow grew bigger and bigger. The distance between the two kept shrinking, and the White Dragon could see more clearly that the size of the shadow far exceeded that of the heavenly realm and the dragon realm. It was a star shrouded in a mysterious gray fog, quietly floating at the end of the darkness. When the god-slaying battleship got closer to it, the White Dragon discovered that a few faint spots of light had appeared around the fog-shrouded star. On the 20th month, when the god-slaying battleship was only 3 billion miles away from the mysterious star, White Dragon finally had a rough idea of what it was. That superstar with a diameter of more than 10 billion miles should be the mystery of the gray fog that his master was looking for. And the spots of light around the star were several super-huge divine formations that lit up with resplendent divine light. Based on his experience, he estimated that each divine formation occupied an area of about 1 million miles in radius. This should be the largest divine formation that the gods had ever set up. However, compared to the largest star in the void of the universe, those few large formations appeared incomparably small. Compared to the two, they were like a few melon seeds scattered on a millstone. If not for the fact that those melon seeds emitted a dazzling light, it would have been very difficult to discover their existence. To be safe, the white dragon slowed down the god-slaying battleship and hid its whereabouts and aura to prevent the 5 god emperors from discovering it. At the same time, he also woke up Ji Tianxing, who was cultivating in the distorted spacetime. Master, we have already reached the depths of the void and seen that mysterious star. The god-slaying battleship had been sailing in the void for 20 months. Ji Tianxing had already been cultivating in seclusion in the distorted spacetime for more than 80 years. After such a long period of cultivation, his strength had already been consolidated, and his divine Dao foundation had also been strengthened. But he still only had one Daoist rhyme. It was impossible for him to form a second Daoist rhyme in such a short time. In other words, his current strength was definitely at the first-tier God Emperor realm. Sush. Ji Tianxing left the Jiutian 10 Absolutes Tower and appeared in the cockpit of the god-slaying battleship, standing behind the white dragon. He looked at the void in front of him and stared at the mysterious star at the end of the darkness, carefully sizing it up. The mysterious star's size and shape, the gray fog covering its surface, and the 5 streaks of light scattered around the star were all reflected in his eyes. This information matched the description of the Red Dragon Emperor. Although the 5 streaks of light looked very small, he knew that it was a formation formed by the 5 god emperors and could estimate the range of the formation. He carefully observed for a while more and suddenly discovered a problem. It was a shocking and unbelievable matter. That was, the mysterious star was at the end of the dark void. Behind it was the cold void, but in front of it was the void. The so-called void and the void were 2 different concepts. There was no divine power in the void, and it could not give birth to mountains, rivers, plants, or other living beings. There were only countless stars. However, Divine King Realm experts could freely travel through the void and engage in close combat. At the very least, the void was real and could contain all things. However big the void was, the universe was as big as the heaven and earth. But the void was a patch of chaos and gray. There was absolutely nothing in it. Not to mention stars and living beings, even space did not exist, and light could not enter. Ji Tianxing naturally knew that chaos represented the most primitive form of the universe. And the creation of heaven and earth in ancient myths and legends was the creation of the void. After the void appeared, it would take an incomparably long time for stars to appear. Stars would also need an extremely long time to develop the powers of earth, fire, wind, and water, causing mountains, rivers, and living beings to appear on them. In short, chaos was the beginning of heaven and earth, and it was also the most mysterious and unfathomable power. Even powerful god kings could not break through chaos, much less enter it to find out what it was. Only god emperors who had grasped the power of the heavenly Tao could slowly whittle away and open up chaos. Clearly, the gray fog surrounding the superstar was the mist of chaos. The star was too large and the mist was too thick. It was no wonder that the 5 god emperors had gathered hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers and spent 1,000 years researching and opening it up. Chapter 44-26. The fog of primal chaos enveloped the mysterious star. If the 5 god emperors wanted to explore its secrets and search for the power of eternal life, they naturally had to break through the fog of primal chaos. The actions of the 5 god emperors over the past 1,000 years were not difficult to understand. But Ji Tianxing discovered that the mysterious star enveloped in the fog of primal chaos was not standing still in the void. It was advancing at an extremely slow pace. And in front of it was the boundless primal chaos. It needed to constantly open up and melt away the primal chaos in order to transform the places it passed into the void of darkness. As long as the void was born, it would give birth to many stars after hundreds of thousands or even tens of millions of years. The vast majority of stars would become useless stars, unable to give birth to living beings. But there would always be an extremely small number of stars that could give birth to all kinds of spiritual energy, giving birth to mountains, rivers, and all living beings. This was the origin of the void of the universe and all living beings. Whether it was the human race or any other race, they would first cultivate the martial Tao, then the divine Tao, and finally, like Ji Tianxing and the five god emperors, they would come into contact with and grasp the heavenly Tao. And the process of cultivation was also a process of understanding the heavens and earth, exploring the void of the universe, and understanding the origin of all living beings. At Ji Tianxing's level, he had naturally understood all of this long ago. Thus, he only needed a few moments of observation to determine that the superstar shrouded in the fog of primal chaos was the origin of the void of the universe. The living beings of the 9 great star fields, the dragon, God, and 5 elements realms, and the vastness of the void of the universe depended on how far this superstar could travel. Thus, it was not difficult to understand why the 5 god emperors would throw caution to the wind when they discovered this superstar 1,000 years ago. They were willing to pay any price to understand the secrets of this superstar. Because if there was eternal life in the heavens and earth, it had to be on this superstar. If one wanted to grasp more heavenly Tao energy, or even replace the heavenly Tao, they had to find the answer on this superstar. Let alone the 5 god emperors, even Ji Tianxing couldn't help but want to find out. This superstar can be considered the origin of the universe, and it's shrouded in the fog of primal chaos. I wonder if it has a name? Is it called Chaos Star or Star of Origin? Ji Tianxing looked at the superstar while wondering what it should be called. After thinking about it, it seemed that the planet of origin was the most suitable place for it. After all, it was the source that broke through the chaos and created the void of the universe. Forget it. Let's just call it the Star of Origin. With that in mind, Ji Tianxing allowed the white dragon to return to the distorted space-time to recuperate. He personally steered the god-slaying battleship and accelerated towards the planet of origin. Bai Long was a little puzzled, so he asked, "Master, we are already here and very close to that star. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you say before that we should observe carefully and figure out the situation before making a move?" Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and said, "Master didn't understand the situation before, so of course I couldn't act rashly." Now that he could see the general situation, the chaotic fog on the surface of planet of origin was very thin, and he could vaguely see the outline of planet of origin. This meant that the 5 god emperors had spent thousands of years of effort and were about to break through the fog on the surface of the planet of origin. If I don't speed up, I'm afraid their goal will be achieved. Hearing this, the white dragon nodded to show that he understood, and asked again, "Master, then are you going to ruin their plan? Don't you want to see what this planet of origin is?" Ji Tianxing smiled and said, "Whether or not I want to ruin their plan depends on the specific situation. As for the secret of the planet of origin, of course, we have to explore it." Seeing his master's reaction, the white dragon guessed that his master most likely had a plan. He didn't say anything more, and followed the order to return to the distorted space-time to rest, and let his master control the god-slaying battleship. Ji Tianxing steered the god-slaying battleship and sped towards the planet of origin. At this time, he was only 800 million miles away from the planet of origin. With the speed of the god-slaying battleship, he could reach it in 2 days. The planet of origin was too big, and the divine formations set up by the 5 god emperors were scattered in all directions of the planet of origin. Therefore, Ji Tianxing could only see 2 spots of light at this time, and the great formations set up by the other 3 god emperors were not visible at all. He could see inside the 2 great formations, and one of them was too far away from him, at least 3 billion miles away. His goal was the closest divine formation to him, which was only about 1 billion miles away. As time passed, he got closer and closer to the planet of origin. At this time, the light of the divine formation became more and more dazzling, and the situation inside the great formation became clearer and clearer. Just as Ji Tianxing estimated, this divine formation covered a radius of 1 million miles. In the center of the great formation, the god emperor who presided over the great formation was a huge figure that was tens of thousands of miles tall, reaching the heavens and the earth. The figure's body was not tall and big, but slim and exquisite. Obviously, judging from the figure's body, the majestic god emperor shrouded in divine light was a woman. Among the 5 god emperors, there was only one female god emperor. The answer was obvious. It was Pan Ruo. What a coincidence, I just randomly picked the one closest to me. How did I run into her? Ji Tianxing couldn't help but frown when he saw the figure that was tens of thousands of miles tall. However, his state of mind was not too affected, and he continued to observe the situation inside the Great Formation. Pan Ruo, the god emperor, manifested a golden body that was tens of thousands of miles tall, stood in the center of the Great Formation, and presided over its operation. Around the Great Formation, in an area of 500,000 miles, there were 10,000 elite divine lords and divine kings, arranged in a circle. In addition, in an area of 1 million miles, there were 10,000 elite soldiers, arranged in an even larger circle. A total of 20,000 divine kings and divine lords were arranged in a fixed order and position, all of them casting spells with all their might, working together to power the Great Formation. Scattered in the void were tens of thousands of altars, all of them made of the best divine items and resources. These tens of thousands of tall altars were the foundation of the Great Formation. No matter how experienced and knowledgeable Ji Tianxing was, this was the first time he had seen such a grand and massive divine formation. He couldn't help but admire Pan Ruo, the god emperor's boldness and methods. To be able to construct such a grand divine formation and use it to open up the chaotic fog on the surface of the planet of origin. Of course, Pan Ruo, the god emperor alone, no matter how strong she was, couldn't have accomplished all this. To be able to create such a stunning divine formation, she had enough elite soldiers under her command, as well as countless cultivation resources and treasures. Apart from that, there was also a brightly lit camp in the void outside the million-kilometer-wide formation. The camp was made up of hundreds of divine warships, and each divine warship had hundreds of soldiers on board. A rough estimate showed that there were 80,000 soldiers in the camp. In other words, Pan Ruo, the god emperor, had 100,000 soldiers under her command. Chapter 44:27. Many years ago, when the Red Dragon Emperor came to the vicinity of the Star of Origin, he saw the camp of the Prajna God Emperor. He was discovered by the Prajna God Emperor and was chased by many God King experts. It took him 3 whole years to escape. Now that Ji Tianxing came to the Star of Origin, he found the closest formation. When he got closer, he also saw the Prajna God Emperor. This meant that the camps of the 5 God Emperors were scattered all over the Star of Origin, while the Prajna God Emperor's camp was closer to the Dragon Realm, the God Realm and the 9 great star fields. Before Ji Tianxing came to the Star of Origin, the Red Dragon Emperor told him that the Prajna God Emperor's camp had tens of thousands of soldiers. Later, before Ji Tianxing conquered the God Realm and occupied the Primal Chaos continent, the Red Dawn God King took 50,000 elite soldiers and a sea of cultivation resources to escape the God Realm. Now, the Prajna God Emperor had gathered 100,000 soldiers under his command. Ji Tianxing pondered for a moment. Not only did the Red Dawn God King lead 50,000 soldiers to escape the God Realm to meet up with the Prajna God Emperor, the other 4 God Emperors also gathered their forces and transferred tens of thousands of soldiers from the God Realm and the various starfields. Currently, there should be 8 to 10,000 elite soldiers in the barracks of the 4 God Emperors. Apart from the 20,000 soldiers who had to cast spells and control the formation to break the chaotic fog on the surface of the Star of Origin. The remaining tens of thousands of soldiers stayed in the camps, fully alert and on guard. Therefore, Ji Tianxing did not plan to act rashly. He still needed to understand the situation and find the right time to make his move. He continued to fly towards the Prajna God Emperor's camp. The distance between the two was constantly shrinking. In 20 more hours he would reach the Prajna God Emperor's camp. While he was flying, he kept a close eye on the movements of Sanskrit camp. As time passed, the chaotic fog covering the Star of Origin became thinner and thinner. Most of the areas were still covered by the fog, and the situation inside could not be seen. However, the fog in some areas had already become very thin, and they could roughly see the scene inside. Through the thin primal chaos mist, Ji Tianxing vaguely saw that the mysterious star of origin wasn't black or gray, but multicolored. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the brilliant colors were formed by the convergence of mountains, rivers, forests, and the sea. It meant that the planet of origin was not a cold, lifeless planet. That was also a star that possessed life, a star that gave birth to all living things, a super large world. Seeing this, not only was Ji Tianxing full of anticipation, but he also wanted to enter the star of origin to investigate. Even the Prajna God Emperor's camp erupted with cheers. The tens of thousands of soldiers were extremely excited. For thousands of years, the star of origin had been a mystery. No one knew what it really looked like. Now, the answer had finally been revealed, and the chaotic mist was about to be unraveled. So, how could they not be excited? Seeing the cheers in the Prajna God Emperor's camp, Ji Tianxing also sped up and flew towards the camp. He was only 30 million miles away from the Prajna camp, and he would arrive in 2 hours. But at this time, the Prajna God Emperor's great formation lit up with a divine light that shot into the sky, and an earth-shattering cheer erupted. Swoosh! The flickering divine light was colorful and dazzling. Waves of exciting cheers and shouts sounded one after another in the great formation, echoing endlessly. It turned out that the 1,000 years of hard work of the Prajna God Emperor and the many soldiers had finally paid off. In the center of the great formation, the area where the chaotic mist was the weakest was finally broken. A gap was finally opened in the gray chaotic mist, and it was thousands of miles long and wide. Through that huge gap, one could clearly see the beautiful scenery of the star of origin. The sky was incomparably clear, and it contained an indescribable divine power so dense that it was almost like water. The sky was like a clear and transparent lake, while the mountains, rivers, and lakes on the ground were like colorful paintings, magnificent and magnificent. Even though they had only seen it from afar and had not personally experienced it, the Prajna God Emperor and the tens of thousands of soldiers firmly believed that this was the paradise and holy land in everyone's hearts. At the same time, it was also the world's most sacred, most peaceful, and safest place for eternal life. The Prajna God Emperor quickly calmed down and gave the order with a dignified expression. The several hundred divine warships in the camp had long since finished their preparations. After receiving the order to enter the Star of Origin, the several hundred divine warships immediately fell into formation and entered the Star of Origin in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, the Prajna God Emperor and the 20,000 soldiers continued to use their arts to control the great formation, resisting the corrosion of the chaotic mist and ensuring that the gap in the formation would not quickly close. After all, once the great formation stopped operating, endless chaotic mist would rush in and quickly fill up the gap. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, the divine warships quickly passed through the giant gap and entered a world that was so beautiful that it seemed real. Everyone was filled with excitement and curiosity as they sized up everything in the new world. 15 minutes later, more than 400 divine warships had all entered the Star of Origin and were safe and sound. Nothing unusual happened. At this time, the Prajna God Emperor gave the second order. The 20,000 soldiers who were controlling the great formation began to evacuate in an orderly manner and enter the Star of Origin. The Prajna God Emperor continued to operate the great formation and watched the 20,000 soldiers pass through the gap and enter the new world one after another. The power of the great formation was quickly declining, and the Prajna God Emperor alone was unable to support it. Naturally, the 5,000-mile gap began to be eroded by the chaotic mist and gradually shrank. When the 100,000 soldiers had all entered the Star of Origin and the Prajna God Emperor was the only one left, she stopped casting the spell. Swoosh! The dazzling divine light dissipated, and her 10,000-mile-tall golden body was also put away. She returned to her original appearance. She was wearing a luxurious purple-red dress and stood in the void with a dignified and graceful bearing. She looked back at the vast void and in the direction of the divine realm with a hint of complicated emotions in her eyes. Nobody knew what she was thinking, and she didn't say anything. Maybe she was saying goodbye to the divine realm and her old friends there. Or maybe she was proud of her success after 1,000 years of hard work and wanted to announce to someone in the divine realm that she had won. Anyway, after looking in the direction of the divine realm for a while, she turned around and passed through the gap and entered the Star of Origin without hesitation. Under normal circumstances, she and the 100,000 soldiers under her command would be completely cut off from the divine realm and the 9 planets after entering the mysterious and unfamiliar Star of Origin. After a few hours, the chaotic mist would cover the Star of Origin again and fill the gap. By then, no one would be able to open the chaotic mist and enter the Star of Origin. She and the other 4 God Emperor wouldn't spend another 1,000 years to open the gap and leave the Star of Origin. Chapter 44-28. The Great Wisdom Camp, which had been shining with divine light and bustling with noise and excitement, was empty in the blink of an eye. Only the foundation of the array that covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles and the gap in the fog in the middle of the array were left. Even though the Great Wisdom God Emperor and all the soldiers had evacuated, no one was controlling the array anymore. However, the array would automatically operate to resist the corrosion of the chaotic fog and maintain the gap. However, the power of the array could not be compared to the chaotic fog, so it naturally could not resist the corrosion of the chaotic fog. The foundation of the array was gradually melting and being covered by the chaotic fog. The gap of 5,000 miles was also rapidly shrinking, becoming 4,500 miles, 4,000 miles, more than 3,000 miles. While Ji Tianxing was flying towards the Great Wisdom Camp, he personally witnessed Great Wisdom God Emperor successfully opening up a gap in the primal chaos fog. Then, he watched as the hundreds of divine warships under the command of the Great Wisdom God Emperor passed through the gap and entered the Star of Origin. In the end, the Great Wisdom God Emperor put away the 10,000 miles golden body and returned to his original appearance. He turned around and looked in the direction of the divine realm. However, the 2 sides were too far apart. Ji Tianxing could not see Pan Ruo's expression, so he could not guess what she was thinking. He only knew that he had to speed up so that he could reach the gap before it closed. How to deal with the 5 God Emperors was a matter for the future. The most important thing now was to enter the Star of Origin. Otherwise, the 5 God Emperors would lead their soldiers into the Star of Origin, but he would be isolated outside. Even if he had more than 20,000 soldiers under his command and a huge amount of resources, he could imitate the 5 God Emperors and set up a divine array to open up the chaotic fog. However, doing so would take at least a few hundred years. Therefore, this was the best opportunity for him to enter the Star of Origin. Swoosh! Since the Great Wisdom God Emperor had already led his soldiers into the Star of Origin, Ji Tianxing was not afraid of exposing his whereabouts. He increased his speed to the limit and teleported repeatedly in the void. Originally, Ji Tianxing would have needed 2 hours to travel 30 million miles. However, he rushed with all his might and arrived at the great formation set up by the Prajna God Emperor a quarter of an hour earlier than scheduled. At this moment, 70% of the foundation of the formation within a radius of 1,000,000 miles had been covered by the chaotic fog. The surface of the surrounding stars was also quickly covered in chaotic fog. Originally, in the areas where the mist was thin, they could still see the mountains and rivers of the planet of origin and the magnificent, boundless scenery. But now, the weak areas had been filled up, and the chaotic fog was surging. Even the gap in the middle of the formation that had a circumference of 5,000 miles had shrunk to about 1,000 miles. At this rate, the gap would be completely filled up by the chaotic mist in half an hour. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing arrived in time. He stared at the gap that was only 1,000 kilometers in circumference and observed it for a moment. After confirming that there was no ambush or danger, his figure flashed and charged in. Meanwhile, the Prajna God Emperor was leading more than 400 divine warships, forming a mighty fleet that was soaring in the sky of the planet of origin. The divine warships, which were as fast as lightning in the void and the God realm, slowed down several times in the sky of the planet of origin. This was because this super-huge star had a very terrifying gravitational force. At the same time, the world was filled with too much divine power, almost liquefied into water. The fleet flew across the sky, creating layers of ripples in the sky along the way. Ever since they entered the planet of origin, the Prajna God Emperor and 100,000 soldiers were full of excitement as they admired the beautiful scenery of the world. However, they only saw some of the rough outlines. They knew that the mountains and rivers were painted with thick ink, colorful and gorgeous. Then, everyone was shocked by a huge surprise. The overly rich divine power of heaven and earth enveloped the hundreds of divine warships and everyone. The vast and mighty divine power was like a surging river, crazily pouring into the bodies of the 100,000 soldiers, causing their strength to skyrocket. Moreover, as the strength of the 100,000 soldiers increased and their realms broke through, they also constantly had all kinds of insights and comprehended more divine Tao laws. For a moment, all the soldiers could not be bothered to admire the beautiful scenery. They were all immersed in the joy of increasing their strength. Only the Prajna God Emperor was calm enough to give the order in time, allowing all the soldiers to calm down and cultivate their divine power, taking the opportunity to consolidate their realms and foundations. The soldiers accepted the order and forced themselves to calm down, staying in the divine warships to cultivate. As a result, the huge fleet regained its peace and moved forward very steadily. As for the Prajna God Emperor, she was in the planet of origin, bathing in the rippling divine power of heaven and earth, feeling the vastness of heaven and earth and the majesty of the heavenly Tao. She also had some insights. Her strength had also increased, but it was not obvious, and the effect was not as exaggerated as the soldiers. Therefore, she did not need to stay in the divine warships to cultivate. She could take this opportunity to carefully observe the landscape of the planet of origin. Below the 90,000-foot-high sky was a vast and boundless land. On the dark brown land, there were primeval forests formed by endless towering trees, as well as layers of green mountains and dark green mountain ranges. The peaks of the undulating mountain ranges were shrouded in colorful clouds. Between the valleys and ravines at the bottom of the mountains, there were jade ribbons and bluish-green rivers that meandered among the mountains. Generally speaking, the landscape of the planet of origin was not much different from most areas in the heavenly realm. But in reality, the planet of origin was a more colorful world, and the colors were more vibrant. Being in the planet of origin always made people feel unreal, as if they were in an illusion. But the landscape of this planet, other than being exquisite, also contained an ancient and vast aura. Whether it was the primeval forests or the majestic mountains, they all had a majestic atmosphere and a heavy feeling of vicissitudes. When the fleet got closer to the mountains and rivers, the Prajna God Emperor carefully observed and found that there were innumerable treasures growing between the mountains and rivers. The divine flowers, divine medicines, and divine fruits that were known as the best in the heavenly realm were actually all over the mountains and wilderness, like ordinary flowers and weeds. The high-grade king-level metals, ores, and gems were also buried between the mountains and rivers, countless of them. The Prajna God Emperor was secretly shocked, but also very happy and expectant. If the heavenly realm had a history of hundreds of thousands or millions of years, then the planet of origin had at least 100 million years of history. This was not only the origin of the universe, but also the starting point and birthplace of all living things. Staying in this world, even if one could not live as long as the sun and moon, and could not achieve true eternal life, but it was not far from it. Just like many of the soldiers under her command, who were originally 8th and 9th degree god monarchs, after experiencing the baptism of the new world's rules and power, there were signs of breaking through to the god-king realm. In addition, the resources and treasures on the planet of origin were too abundant, and treasures could be seen everywhere, easily accessible, which made her even more determined to stay on the planet of origin in the future. Of course, the most important thing now was to explore this planet and find out more about it. She also wanted to find out if there were any intelligent races on this planet, or other god kings or god emperor experts. Chapter 4429. On the Star of Origin, there were mountains, rivers, grass, and trees. It was a world with living beings. Moreover, the divine power in this world was so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. It was not an exaggeration to call it the source of the world's energy. Ji Tianxing and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers under the command of the five-god emperor would not believe that there were no intelligent life forms on the Star of Origin. Since there were definitely intelligent life forms, everyone would fantasize and guess what kind of race they would be. What would they look like? In such a situation where divine energy was abundant and heavenly materials and earthly treasures were everywhere, not to mention intelligent life forms that had grasped the path of cultivation, even spiritual monsters evolved from plants and trees would definitely be able to become godly kings. That's right. In the Dragon Realm, God Realm, Five Elements Realm, and the 9 Great Star Fields, only the most talented geniuses could become god kings. Other than that, no one else had any hope of becoming a god king. But on the Star of Origin, all living beings had a chance of becoming a god king. This was the Cultivation Holy Land, the origin of the universe's void, the supreme wonder. After passing through the gap, Ji Tianxing entered the Star of Origin. Upon entering this world, flying through the sky was like soaking in transparent water. The divine power in the surroundings was so dense that it could not be dispersed. As he flew, layers of ripples appeared. Ji Tianxing looked around. All he saw was the azure sky, elegant white clouds, and the towering mountains and verdant forests in the distance. The scenery on the Star of Origin was far more ancient, magnificent, and dazzling than any other star. Ji Tianxing looked around, but he could not find the fleet of the Prajna God Emperor. There was nothing he could do. He was 2 hours behind them. In these 2 hours, the Prajna God Emperor's fleet would have flown tens of thousands of miles away. In the void, tens of thousands of miles was nothing. He would still be able to see the fleet. But on the Star of Origin, it was impossible to see. Not to mention the mountains and rivers on the star, the dense forest blocked his vision. Most importantly, the star was round. After tens of thousands of miles, the two sides were not on the same plane. Even without the mountains and rivers, Ji Tianxing's vision would still be blocked by the earth. He would still not be able to see the fleet of the Prajna God Emperor. He was well aware of this point. However, he was not worried that he would lose them. His speed alone was definitely faster than the Prajna God Emperor's fleet. As long as he continued his pursuit, it wouldn't be long before he caught up to the Prajna God Emperor's fleet. Shwa! Ji Tianxing sped up in the sky. In order to save time, he kept teleporting. When he entered the planet of origin earlier, he found that the gravity of this world was extremely strong. The space was also extremely stable and difficult to shake. Not only was there a lot of resistance in his flight, but his speed was also twice as slow as before. Even when he used spatial transference, he could only travel 20 to 30% of his previous distance. In the void of the universe, he could teleport tens of thousands of miles with just a thought, and he could teleport continuously for an entire day without any problems. However, on the planet of origin, he could only teleport about 10,000 miles each time, and it consumed a lot of energy. Unless he used his only Daoist rhyme and tried his best to merge with heaven and earth, it would be easier for him to teleport. However, the Daoist rhyme was now his most powerful trump card and strength. He could use it, but he couldn't use it easily. After all, he was now on the planet of origin with the five-god emperor. They might meet face to face at any time and fight. It was wise to be cautious and preserve his strength as much as possible. The Prajna God Emperor's fleet and Ji Tianxing entered the planet of origin one after another and began to explore this strange world. At the same time, in other directions of the planet of origin, the same thing was happening on the surface of a planet very far away from them. This was because the divine formation set up by the five-god emperor also resonated with each other from a distance, and their auras were connected. Therefore, the five-god emperor's speed and progress in breaking through the chaotic fog were the same. When the Prajna God Emperor's fleet entered the planet of origin, the other four-god emperor also opened up a huge gap in the chaotic fog. Their reaction was the same as the Prajna God Emperor's. They all ordered their soldiers to enter the planet of origin as quickly as possible. When the tens of thousands of soldiers under their command entered the planet of origin, the several god emperors stopped casting spells and went through the gap to meet up with the soldiers. Not long after, the foundation of the formation they set up was covered by the chaotic fog, and the gap was also filled. After a few more hours, the traces of the god emperors creating the array and opening up the primal chaos fog were completely covered up. Next, the chaotic fog that shrouded the planet of origin also gradually thickened and returned to its previous state. After the four god emperors' fleet entered the planet of origin, the nearly 400,000 soldiers were also full of curiosity and anticipation as they sized up this world. Their first impression was that this world was too picturesque, too ancient and too magnificent and gorgeous. Being on the planet of origin, they could feel the ancient and boundless aura, and saw the traces of thousands of years of time. Naturally, they had a sense of awe. At the same time, they also firmly believed that this place was a holy land for cultivation, and that cultivating here could lead to eternal life. In addition to the beautiful scenery, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers also found that the divine power of heaven and earth was as dense as water, and the resistance to flight was huge, and they could not use divine powers such as space diversion. It was confirmed that only a few God Emperor powerhouses could use space diversion in this world, and the others could not do it. Not to mention those Divine Lord powerhouses, even the hundreds of Divine King powerhouses could only fly, and could not use space diversion. The reason was that the space of this world was too stable, and could be said to be eternal. Even if the God Emperor powerhouses could use space diversion, the distance was greatly reduced, and the power consumption was several times higher. Unless they used Dao rhymes and merged with heaven and earth, the distance of space diversion could be increased, and the consumption of divine power would be reduced. But if it was not necessary, the God Emperor powerhouses did not need to use space diversion. They wanted to take the divine ship and advance with the fleet, and explore this world together. Not long after, the soldiers under the four God Emperors' command were infused with too much divine power, and many people's cultivation began to increase, and their realms began to break through. The soldiers also found that the planet of origin was full of treasures, and all kinds of divine flowers, fruits, and herbs could be seen everywhere, and could be easily obtained. Therefore, many soldiers gathered the heavenly materials and earthly treasures with all their might and refined them with great excitement and anticipation. This led to even more soldiers' strength to increase by leaps and bounds, and their realms rapidly rose. In just 10 days, more than 2,000 peak Divine Lords had broken through the limit of Divine Lord, and ascended to the Divine King realm. If it was in the past, those 2,000 peak Divine Lords would not be able to break through to the Divine King realm, no matter how many cultivation resources they used. Their talent and understanding had determined that they had no hope. But after coming to the planet of origin, their fates were changed. Chapter 4430. More than 2,000 peak-level Divine Emperors under the four God Emperors broke through to the Divine King realm one after another. This great news shocked everyone. It also made everyone exclaim in admiration and envy. Facts proved that the Star of Origin could remove the shackles of talent and aptitude, and change everyone's fate. The divine power here was extremely abundant, and treasures of heaven and earth could be seen everywhere. Such a holy land for cultivation, it was a place that no one dared to dream of. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers also had enough confidence that if they stayed here to cultivate, they could also change their fate and reach a realm that they had never dared to imagine before. As for the four God Emperors, they were naturally filled with gratification, and had greater interest and expectations for the Star of Origin. Of course, while they were happy in their hearts, they also had the same thoughts and guesses as Pan-Ri God Emperor and Ji Tianxing. The Star of Origin was a world with living creatures, and with such rich cultivation resources, there must be intelligent races here, right? Moreover, would the intelligent races living in this world have also reached the God Emperor realm? What's more, had they surpassed the God Emperor realm and reached an unknown realm? What was the unknown realm above the God Emperor realm? The heavenly Dao? When thinking of these questions, the excitement in the hearts of the several god emperors dissipated a lot. They did not dare to be careless, and continued to be vigilant and alert, carefully exploring this world. In the next 3 months, the fleets of the 5 god emperors were scattered in all directions of the Star of Origin, advancing and exploring the Star of Origin at the same time. The 5 fleets had all crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and witnessed countless magnificent and unique scenes. They not only experienced different degrees of danger, but also encountered a few secret realms and treasure lands. Naturally, the soldiers under the 5 god emperors paid a certain price of casualties, but also obtained extremely rich resources and treasures. After 3 months, the strength of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers gradually stabilized. Although there were still people increasing their strength and breaking through every day. But there was no longer the large-scale increase in strength and collective breakthrough like when they first entered the Star of Origin. Although the 5 fleets had advanced more than 1 billion miles in 3 months. But the distance between them was still very far, and they might not meet for 2 or 3 years. The 5 god emperors also contacted each other several times through communication jade slips. They asked each other about the situation and experience of each other, and told each other about their own experiences. The 5 god emperors wanted to verify each other, perhaps combining everyone's experiences, and discuss some conclusions. But in fact, the experiences of the 5 fleets were similar, and there was not much reference value. Moreover, they had encountered all kinds of strange divine beasts and spirits, most of which they had never seen before. But no one had encountered those intelligent races that looked like humans and the god race. Up until now, it could be said that the Star of Origin looked very primitive. It should not have been occupied by the Commander race or the Celestial the Arch Realm Masters. However, this was only the surface. It was also the result that the 5 god emperors had seen so far. It might not be accurate. The 5 god emperors were all hoping that there would be no intelligent races or other god emperor experts on the Star of Origin. From now on, they would never have to return to a lowly place like the god realm. They would stay on the Star of Origin forever, occupy this holy land of cultivation, and find a shortcut to the heavenly Tao through the origin of the universe's void. The 5 god emperors were full of ambition, and the more than 400,000 soldiers under their command gradually adapted to the environment of the Star of Origin. The scenery here was picturesque, the divine power was abundant, and the resources and treasures were shocking. They regarded this place as the most beautiful and sacred place, and were willing to live here forever in order to live forever. Even if this world was not very safe, there were still many dangerous places, and there would be casualties when the soldiers encountered danger. But to the more than 400,000 soldiers, these were trivial matters. With the God Emperor leading them, they were fearless. Ji Tianxing should be the one who adapted to the Star of Origin's environment the fastest. It was mainly because he acted alone, and there were not many restrictions on his activities on the Star of Origin. In addition, he was called the embodiment of the heavenly Tao by the outside world, and he could resonate with the heavenly Tao, and had hundreds of mysterious effects. In the first few days he focused on hurrying, and soon found the traces and aura left behind by Hanya's fleet, and caught up with them. In the following 2 months, he followed behind Hanya's fleet, flying all the way to the depths of the Star of Origin. Although there were endless cultivation resources and treasures along the way, he was not tempted at all. Even if he wanted to collect resources and treasures, it would not be now. He secretly followed Hanya's fleet, and watched as the fleet crossed mountains and rivers, experienced dangers, and explored secret realms and treasure lands. From beginning to end, he did not show his face, nor did he make a move. In addition, his aura had already merged with the heavenly Tao, and even if he did not use a secret technique to hide his aura, no one could discover him. Hanya God Emperor was busy commanding the fleet, dealing with various matters, and cultivating, comprehending the heavenly Tao, and increasing his strength. Therefore, Hanya God Emperor did not discover Ji Tianxing's existence, and did not feel any danger approaching. After close to 3 months of observation, Ji Tianxing had a sufficient understanding of Hanya's fleet. Currently, Hanya God Emperor had 100,000 soldiers under her command, and her most trusted left and right arms were 3 peak divine kings. 2 of them were of other races, and Ji Tianxing had never seen them before. The 3rd peak divine king was naturally Hanya's disciple, Divine King Xia. Under the 3 peak divine kings, there were 50 high-level divine kings, close to 200 middle-level divine kings, and over 800 lower-level divine kings. The remaining 98,000 were all experts of the Divine Lord realm. The reason why there were so many lower-level divine kings was because in these 3 months, there were over 500 peak divine kings who broke through the shackles and reached the divine king realm. This also caused Hanya God Emperor's forces to increase a lot compared to before. If it was before Hanya God Emperor's fleet entered Star of Origin, Ji Tianxing would have a chance to defeat Hanya's fleet and destroy the 100,000 soldiers. But now, it was difficult, extremely difficult. It was absolutely impossible to launch a frontal attack. If he had to fight, he could only find the best opportunity to use schemes to achieve results. Yet Hanya's fleet kept advancing and had no intention of stopping to rest. Ji Tianxing was also very unfamiliar with Star of Origin and could not find a chance to make a move. Although he could continuously attack Hanya's fleet and nibble away at the 100,000 soldiers. But doing so would definitely alarm Hanya God Emperor, and she would guess the truth. Ji Tianxing did not want to expose his whereabouts for the time being and alert the 5 God Emperor, so he could only endure and wait patiently for an opportunity. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.